Hi, chat. Hello. It is Tuesday night, and we're packed up a little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. It's like a retro look. We're going back to like the beginning when we had like nothing. And there's also a Bonbon here tonight. Bonbon's owner came and Bonbon's owner called. It's like, hey, can you watch Bonbon for me? And I'm like, yeah, I got you. So it helps because this guy is like having a panic attack because 2.0 is not here. So shout out to the files. Yep. So that file drawer looks pretty full. Well, it's been partially gone through. And actually, I should probably I don't know what can I do to block that off because you guys shouldn't be really looking at that. I don't need people Googling shit. So we're just gonna there. Given how gay the internet can be, we're gonna take Bonbon. Hi, Bonbon. Hello, Bonbon. Can I pick you up? Yeah, I'll try. Anyways, we got the Clyde in the house. You can't see shit. The internet's really good at checking, though. Don't act like they're not. All right. Chat, hold on. I gotta get Lainey. She's losing her shit right now. Give me 1 second, and I'll be right back. Okay. Hold on here. Give me 1 second, chat. I'll be right back. All right, chat, we're back. Lane need a little trazodone. Just need to calm her shit down. It's working. So, my channel's under attack by the dogs. Yes. Okay. The Zoomies and the Borkies, no, it's all panic barking because 2.0 is not here. So, here's what it is, chat. I like your box aesthetic. I know it's very Daryl Brooks, isn't it? It's very Daryl Brooksy of like, grounds. Kino Heretic, hello. All right. So I think I missed some things here real quick. Unforced Ego's been a member for 23 months. Says he's late. Yes. We may have a surprise guest tonight too. So get ready for that. Ag Biochemist has been a member for 37 months. Thank you for being here. Says Clyde smile. And then Brozupso for 10 subs. Let's fucking go tonight, chat. Let's go. Big fucking support. We're more support than Jeremy Hambley's getting. More support than Jeremy Hambley's getting. Hell yeah, guys. That's right. You know, and it was funny because this morning, like, Clyde awooed like 2 or 3 times. So I was like, I wish I could have recorded him. He was just like, woo. And they were good ones. They were good ones. I keep not being able to record them. Fear Frozen 55 for $5. Thank you. Says, so the French get one last outing terrorizing Clyde. What a disaster. Well, see, Bonbon and Clyde, you know, they get along well enough. And Clyde's lonely because 2.0 is not here. Like, I think this is going to make him a little happy for a couple of days till 2.0 gets back on Friday. And Schnauzer Patrol. It's been a member for 13 months. That's a very angry Schnauzer. It says Bonbon rules. Yes, Bonbon is a good dog. Won't be seeing Bonbon a lot where we're going, though. Amateur Cut Class Fidel says, what's that, Laney? Timmy fell down the well? Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Chad, I don't know if you guys have ever used these before, but these are Sharpie S gel pens. Oh God, what was I doing? But I needed some pens. And I stopped at like the Dollar General in one of the towns I was in. And these were like right there. So I grabbed them. These things are fucking amazing. I mean, these are better than like the Pilot G2s. They don't bleed. Like, they don't really bleed through when you use them. Also, did you know this is what they use now for like when you get loose leaf paper, the higher quality shit? They have these little the triangle shaped dents, and they have like little glossy on it, like a little tape reinforcement. It's like they thought ahead. They made it what we needed it back in the day to be. You know, I feel like I'm in Master and Commander. It's like, what an amazing and interesting, what a modern and interesting world we live in. So just it's your free Sharpie plug. Maddie B's been a member for 21 months. Thank you, Maddie. So Sean is enjoying his alone time. Also, hi, chat. I don't know what that means. Nico's been a member for 30 months. Guys, remember Nico. He graced us with that outro song we have. It's been a member 30 months. Says a new Steel Panther song, the Mother's Day song. I'll have to look for that, guys. Steel Panther's always good. It's always, always good. So let's catch up to where we were. I'm foaming on paper and pens. I mean, I don't know. Just telling you guys some good stuff out there. I take it good. Says new things I learned. World War II German ammo used heavier charges than World War I ammo, with modern EU ammo being the World War II charges and US ammo being cut down to the 1888 level. I mean, you're talking about powder, like the actual charge, like propellant capacity or ability. Interesting. Is PPP the surprise guest? No, it's not PPP. Has Clive impacted bubble wrap? No, he's not. I've been bought off by Big Pen. Well, I had to pay for these. It's no Skillcraft, no, but I'm also a big like Pilot G2 and the 0.7 millimeter category. Like a blue Pilot G2 is like the fucking like you can't fail. But like these Sharpies, like I said, I got them for like $3. It was like, these are pretty fucking cool, but like they're expensive relatively speaking. So no, I won't do that. I only bought Sharpies because of Trump. Yes. Is Bomba going to be in a box? No. Daryl Brooks is a surprise guest. Confirmed. Yes. A green screen and some green shirts can make for some hilarious streams. Yeah. Well, I talked to 2.0 honestly about setting up a stream where like we would just take the screenshot of the background and keep that up as a background. Like I can import it into StreamYard and I have a green screen with that. And then once we're moved down to Florida, I would just be like, I'd forget to put it on. Be like, oh, by the way, we moved. But that would have been way too hard to do. That'd have been taking way too much work to keep up. Trazodone doesn't do that, kick in that fast. What did you do? I did, but she like ate it. Now she's just sitting down, chilling out. I gave her a weed treat as well. Those hit pretty quick. I'm sure she's sniffing around or she ran outside. So bring Venti on, yes. Said Woworski the link. Uniball 207 or bust? Really? I mean, I guess. But I mean, like, there's also like, what are those? Whatever the big ones are, those are always good too. Send me copium the link. Nah. Blue blasphemy. I use blue contrasts very well on legal pads. And also in the law, at least when I started practicing too, the boomer attorneys were always big on like use blue because it's the original, you can tell it's the original signatures. So I was like, all right. Is Cherry the surprise guest? No. Brewberry says you're not trying hard enough. Meme used to have a background that was Legal Vice's office in Korea. I know. Yes. Fair Frozen says, fuck the haters. Pens you like and are comfortable with are the best. My faves are Precise V5, Rolling Ball, Extra Firm from JA Pan, Blue, biting one right now. I mean, that's the thing. I will not, like, I know people who have, like, Mont Blancs and, like, fuck it. And that, do not send me fancy pens, chat. I've had this pen for, like, a week and a half now, almost 2 weeks. This is, like, this pen is, like, Moses, like, 900 years old in Seanology terms. Like, I lose pens all the fucking time. So do not get, I can't ever have fancy pens. Like when I got through the bar, my lifetime, one point I was like, do you want a fancy pen? I'm like, I'm going to fucking lose that. I can't do that. And so, yeah, don't worry about that. Let's see. Said Jeremy the link. Well, that's actually who's coming on. Oh, let me see here. Chrissy and Melanie Mack won a sweep. I know with those two and Jeremy, it's like a 3-man fucking curling team. Man, Chrissy's just fucking brooming it out like crazy. So she's brooming it out. You think she's Canadian? Sargon wants on. That would be funny. Let's see. Did I catch everything? Yeah, I think we're all caught up. All right, guys, we have our guest here tonight, actually. Despite what you may have seen on his channel, he was apparently not going live all day, even though it said it kept going live all day. I thought that's funny. I'm like, I've been there before myself. But joining us tonight is a very esteemed and, unlike me, actually pretty professional and rational person, Ryan Mullally. How you doing, man?
Hey, buddy. How you doing? Good to see you, as always. People on my side, can you just confirm that you can hear me and hear Sean?
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, good to be here, buddy.
Good to see you. Yeah, so I saw that today. It's like, oh, he's gonna be on like at 4:00 or so, and I'm like, I'm driving home. That'll be perfect. And then I just like click over and like nothing's happened, and I was like, oh, all right.
So, yeah, sorry, 1 second. Got a tech issue on my side.
Uh-oh.
Well,
chat, they got him.
They can't be that surprised that I have a tech issue after I spent all day with my fucking stream. It's premiering any second, guys. Guys.
I was wondering what that was because I'm like, I thought he was going live. I'm like, hell yes.
No,
but apparently not.
Yeah, honestly, I set it up and then I was going to change the time for 9. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm going to go get my girls a haircut. And, just like went out and lived my life. So that was, what's going on. Gang, normally when I stream, I like do it through Sean's stream. This time it actually is a true dual stream. So if you guys have I see Sean Sandwich Sundry, Brazuvso, thank you for the support, but I'll pull you guys up at an opportune time to do shout outs. Because I don't want.
Can you try it? Can you pull stuff up on the screen?
No, it's just gonna pull up on my side.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I'm like,
yeah, because normally I hit the share, but this time I actually opened my stream because I'd set it up in advance. So it's not actually streaming through you; it's streaming independently of you.
But how are you here?
You can open 2 StreamYard instances at the same time.
Oh, and you don't hear like our talking's at the same speed. There's not like a delay.
No. You just have to put it in cinema mode. This was like I'm not a total boomer.
This is something I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, if you put it in cinema mode, like the very last one on the right,
yeah,
it just shows the window and the volume. It actually works out, like, which totally made like Discord streaming and a whole bunch of other stuff a lot easier.
You're gonna have to explain this to me because I don't understand any of that.
I mean, look at this. See my fucking chat. You see? So like I have actually promised them that if they make me a tech boomer emote that I like, I will add it when I hit, I think, 2,500 subs, which is like going to be probably fucking tomorrow, to be totally honest with you, which kind of sucks. But so that they can torture me with all my boomer shit. But I'm not the only one. Here's another fucking lawyer who doesn't know anything. He uses this software every fucking day. Boomer. Fuck you guys. In fairness, I did leave my stream premiering all day.
Oh, they're asking, did your keyboard louder break?
Oh shit! Actually, I sent to the lab for a louder keyboard. What I was hoping to do, like those nails that are like shotgun shells.
Yes,
they explode into the wall for concrete.
Yes,
I was trying to get those set up underneath my keypad so that when I strike a key,
well, it's actually like 22 casings. It's the RAM set's what those things are.
Yeah,
I've used one before. It's kind of fun.
So Zero Fucks, when I really boomer shit up, he sends me like, you fucking retard diagrams, which is like, it literally is like, push this button, and it's circled in red with an arrow. So I can, as Zero Fucks is suggesting, I do actually have a catalog of You're a Tech Retard manuals created by Zero Fucks that I could forward to you. So there's always that.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Now if the casino ever has me on, I can stream with them. That'll be fine.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool. Oh, by the way, I know that we're doing gerrymandering stuff, and we should also talk court packing, because like this stopped being like a streamer thing, and now it's like Rokana, like it's like it's like a mainstream Democrat thing. But also, if you're interested, and I don't know if I can share it on your stream or not, Destiny gave some of the absolute worst legal takes I've ever heard today on the VRA case. And like,
why? Because it's okay to have black people, like black silos of black people.
Actually, his take was law is all vibes. Therefore, court packing is okay.
I mean, at times it is, though.
It could be there are moments where it gets vibey, but like,
like it's like the one person got all upset when I mentioned the whole like, this is why I have a box of loaded magazines. You're not kind of mean. I'm like, if you don't fuck with my system of government, I feel no need to worry about shooting you in the fucking face over this. I mean, because that's where we kind of are. Like, if you don't push for Bolshevism, I don't feel the need to go like this repeatedly and mutter to myself about game plans.
Well, this is the thing, right? The VRA case is the perfect example where it's like, it's that great Thomas Sowell quote, like, when you get used to being treated preferentially, being treated equally feels like discrimination.
Yeah.
And like, if you believe in the values of the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, that we have a colorblind constitution, that's what we're moving towards, the VRA decision makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
If you believe that the future is about the government doling out rights and preferences to different interest groups in order to balance some kind of scales of justice, then it doesn't make any sense. But we're coming to a bit of a crossroads where, like, it was all fun and games when the left had a de facto majority on the court because Kennedy kept siding with them. And as a result, they could amend the Constitution however they wanted through the judicial process. But now that some of that stuff's getting rolled back, all of a sudden, like, the gloves are off and they're going to burn the Constitution down. It's a serious issue. Yeah,
well, there's also some issue of, for the long time, the right was very stuffy and stodgy and played by rules. And, people used to make fun of Clarence Thomas because he was the only one saying, okay, fuck all this nonsense. And it's like, oh, that's just crazy Clarence. And, no, like that's way, you say that, but Clarence was literally just mirroring what he saw. And he was making what he wanted to have happen, but nobody ever went along with it. Now finally people are. It's like, yes, we are now the ones in charge. Like, I get it. You feel like that's not fair, but like Trump won in 2016. The election has a fucking consequence.
Well, here's my thing.
Yeah.
It's like and I actually think these are relatively clear lines that you can follow in a principled way that make, at least to me, a lot of sense. I don't know, maybe they don't make sense to everybody, but the first rule is, if you are going to criticize the Supreme Court, you have to offer a legal criticism. If your complaint is that they did something you don't like, no one should give a fuck about that. You have to be able to say, they did something I didn't like and they were legally wrong because, and then articulate that. And then we can have a fight. We can argue about what the law is. And that's fine. That's fair game. But if your only criticism is you don't like what they did, that's bullshit. They're not not elected officials, right? That's criticism one. And that's a fucking big one. Then criticism two is, there is a really, really fucking big difference between what Mitch McConnell did with withholding consent for Merrick Garland and actually packing the court.
Oh, I agree.
If the left wanted to say, if we get a Senate majority, fuck Trump, we're going to hold up the way that McConnell hung up Garland.
Yeah.
That's actually a proportional response.
Yeah, that's a check and a balance.
Yeah, I'd call him shitty. I'd be like, that sucks. But also, I'd have to admit, like, okay, like apparently, we all play by the same rules.
Well, it's not shitty. It's just, that's a check and balance. We don't like the people you're putting forward.
Yeah.
Well, who do you like? We'll tell you when it's somebody you like. That's the check and balance. They don't have to approve the person. So they could say, we're going to wait till you approve. And, if the Senate could say, here's a list of people we want. And if it turns out, the left controls the Senate through J.D. Vance's 8 years, well, then he's shit out of luck until he can break that control on the Senate. It's not that hard. Like, if he does it, he does it. I mean,
but this is the thing.
Yeah,
like, it has that sort of thing, as you said. Like, advise and consent means that you have to get the consent, so they could not give it. Right? Like, that's a constitutional process and also a proportional response.
Yes.
Like, because if both sides do that, that's now a tool in people's toolboxes, which can make it harder to get a judicial nomination through, especially in a lame duck year or year and a half, or whatever the timetable is. And we'll fight about that. That's fine. That's a fair thing for the parties to fight about politically. The difference between that and what they're proposing, Ro Khanna came out and said, add 4 justices to the court.
Yep.
Like, if you add 4 justices to the court, you could do
any
goddamn thing you wanted.
Yeah.
Anything you wanted.
Yep.
Right? Like, if you wanted to, put 4 justices on the court, put the 4 most liberal justices you can find on the court.
Everything gets cert.
Yeah. And then pass a law that says there is no Second Amendment. And then they take it up and they go, upon consideration, we thought about it. There is no Second Amendment.
Yeah. Or now you take cases that are already pending and say, actually, we'll take this one and say, actually, the Second Amendment doesn't mean what it says. Boom, done. Actually, this is what this means instead of what it says. Boom, done.
Well, it's a proportional response instead of a disproportional response. And that's a huge difference. It's a really big difference between those two things. So, I think that we need to be on the warpath about this, to be totally honest with you. Like, I don't...
Well, I mean, I know you're saying on the warpath, but I think there's something to be said in the idea of, if you do this, like, you want to see counter-revolutionary, like, we can do I think that's... I know you don't want to hear that, but I think at some point, like, because I always try to tell people, like, you'll know when it's time to do the thing, and when you want to, like, create your own Serbian paramilitary force running around the neighborhood. You'll know when it's time. But when it's getting to that point, it's like, do you understand? Like, if you're going to tell me you're going to do whatever the hell you want, then I have no obligation to listen to you.
Or
do you really want that game? Because if you want that game, it kind of goes back to the whole argument of like, oh, we'll drone strike you. It's like, we're neighbors.
I mean, I think even before that point, there's let me put it this way.
There's a lot of points before that, but I think like when we're getting to this point,
this is what I was getting at today. If let's say hypothetically, the right believed that this is what the left is going to do. Let's say we take them absolutely seriously at their word, right?
We have to preempt it.
Yeah, if you think this is what's going to happen if Trump loses, the logical thing to do would be to break the filibuster and pack the court now.
Well, the logical thing to do would break the filibuster and then, like, oh, well, we're not going to have an election. Well, you just told us you're going to literally fuck us to death. Sorry, I'll just let J.D. Vance be president for 8 years. If you guys decide you want to play by the rules, let me know.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it's
if you're telling me you're going to slit my throat, you're not incentivizing me to like walk into the room and sit at the table with you.
And for those of you who in chat who might not like understand why this is pissing me off so much, like there is a huge escalation here. And the reason that this is such a huge escalation is that, yes, the court has changed size before. Yes, Congress has the power to change the court size, but they haven't done it in like about 100 years or more. It's about 100 years.
Well, it's a little over 100. Yeah. But
yeah.
Well, it's the 1890s.
But more importantly, in the 1890s, the doctrine of substantive due process didn't exist. So that was something that came up later in like the 1920s, 1940s. So at that time, judges didn't believe they could just amend the Constitution by making things up. They didn't think they could just make up new rights. They didn't think they could just change it because they actually were trying to interpret law. Now, since then, the doctrine of substantive due process developed, and the idea of living constitutionalism, that the judges can update the Constitution without an amendment, percolated. In that environment, court packing is a direct threat to the Constitution. In a way that it didn't used to be. It used to be at least, okay, you pack the court, but everyone's doing law. Now it's like, okay, we're going to pack the court, and they're just going to make shit up. That's very different. That's a different type of threat, and it actually is at this point a threat to the rule of law itself. Like there would be no law left, and like, well, Sean's talking about like making clicking sounds and
like, do you want to like? You're not convincing me that I don't have to make non-clicking sounds.
Well, that's the thing. Like, what happens when the rule of law fails? What happens when people don't believe that the law is worth a damn anymore? They start taking the law into their own hands, right?
Yeah, that's and do you guys really want to go down that road? I don't. And I've shown that I've shown the picture before. You don't want to go down that road. It doesn't lead anywhere good. Like you're not going to be sitting here on your fucking stream raking in super chats if there's right-wing dust gods running around. Like that doesn't work out for anybody. And then there's left-wing death squads running around. Like nobody really enjoyed the years of lead in Italy. Nobody really enjoyed Colombia in the early 90s. It was really, really bad. Like this is not what you want to do. But if you want to pretend to be the FARC, and then guess what? People are going to pretend to be the AUC. If you're FARC, somebody's going to be the auto union. And that was really bad for everyone.
And this is why I was saying like any criticism of a legal opinion has to involve legal analysis, because the counter argument, and this is kind of the argument Destiny was making, is that like originalism is just BS, and it's just like the conservative justices are just making it up as they go.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, if you believe that, then you think in the kind of like a weird postmodern-y way that we're already by default in this vibes universe where there is no law. Therefore, if they disagree with you, you're justified in taking this nuclear option. The problem is that's just not at all what's happening. Like there are really principled legal operations and logic that go into the court's decision, which is why, by the way, the court sided against Trump on the tariff case, because a bunch of originalists were like, actually, we disagree. So it's not like this is a partisan body that is only backing Trump. They are applying the law as they see it.
The Alito for, because hoes need their abortion pills. He's like, you can have your Moprestone or whatever the hell it's called. Nobody's out there like, oh, we shouldn't pack the court anymore. Like the shadow docket did something. No, they're still like, okay, great. And they still want to slit your throat at the end of the day. Like, and Alito did a principled decision. Like, I don't think we should have done this.
Well, and that's what I mean. Like, if in a world where people just become completely outcome based and vibes based and they don't care, there's no. The rule of law requires that we, at the very least, give credence to the idea that there are reasonable people who could have different opinions. Right? Like you have to believe that. And in a world where the left no longer believes that reasonable people could have different opinions, where they're basically saying, you know, the six of the most esteemed lawyers in the country who are on the Supreme Court are obviously lying grifters because they disagree with me. In Destiny's case, a random streamer with barely maybe what 1 year of undergrad who cleaned carpets for a living before he got lucky playing StarCraft. If those lawyers disagree with me, then clearly the problem is them. Like the wild hubris of this is just insane.
Oh, well, and it's even you know, and it's like, well, who am I? I'm a guy who went to probably, well, I think it's right now ranked 130th in the country law school, but it's like, I have a law degree and I have some basic understandings of the law. So yes, I have a little, like, but yes, it's, oh, I just don't like it. It's like, okay, great. It's like somebody today about the whole VRA thing. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't have racist elections anymore. And the guy's like, no, it's just an election you don't like. It's like, okay, and now it's an election you don't like. Like, that's a horrible fucking argument. Is it really that I didn't like it? Or is the idea that, you know, black people have to have special districts cut out for them so they can have special black politicians representing them? No, you're not allowed to do that. We're not allowed to do that.
And that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't need, like, look, you don't have to be an expert in something to have an opinion. But if you're not an expert in something, then when you have an opinion, you got to give a pretty good argument, right? You got to say, like, you know, I'm demonstrating I understand this issue with the following argument that shows why I'm right. You know, if I walked up to a bunch of doctors and I was like, you fuckers are all wrong. This is the medicine you should be prescribing. And they were like, who are you? And I'd be like, are you a doctor? I said, no. They're like, do you have an argument for your position? No. Like, well, why would anybody listen to you at that point? You have to do, you have to give them something to hang their hat on, right?
And it's just like, oh, well, you guys are fucking assholes. Okay, but why are we assholes? Well, you did something I didn't like. It's like, okay, man, that happens all the time. Happens all the time. Like, you know, like that's how, you know, that's very much what people try to get judges recused. And the courts have pointed out, like, just because you don't like it is not a reason to get a recusal.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how this works.
And just to be like clear, like with the VRA case, all this case, all the court did is say no one has the right not to be politically gerrymandered, because in 2019 the court ruled that you could gerrymander for political reasons. So since everybody has this, since everyone's getting politically gerrymandered, if you're part of a minority political bloc, you don't have a magical right not to be politically gerrymandered.
Yeah,
because you're a minority. Everybody is getting politically gerrymandered. Like I live in a district where I am gerrymandered right now. Like, this is not it's not unusual. This is everybody.
Yes, and it's, you know, it just because we're black and we need special black candidates and special black things and things to protect our votes. No, you don't. Like, listen to yourselves, like, because that's what it turns out to end up giving. You know, generally it's black. Like, it's funny though, in Memphis, the guy who was famous for eating chicken in Congress, whatever his name is, he's like the representative of Memphis. But everywhere else, though, it's like, yeah, we need our special black candidates and our black districts voted on by black people. It's like, what about all the white people in those districts? Oh, well, fuck them. It's like, what, don't they get a say? Like, are we just gonna like eke it out where it's like every black person can only vote for the black candidate? Like, well, no, I mean, and it's not fair to the white people who live in those districts. They're never going to get what they want.
If you think a person can only be represented fairly by a member of their race, you might be a racist.
Yes.
You know, like, that's not
that's part of the argument they make.
Yeah.
Because remember, you know, they're mad. Oh, it's not how it's meant to be read. It literally just says you have to be able to vote. And vote for the candidate you choose to vote for. That's all. And like if you're in a primary and you lose and the other guy's up, well, you vote for that. Like, sorry, you had a chance to vote for your candidate. It didn't work out. Here's the next step. You don't just get to keep whining about this. And Dave, I was told I was not allowed to vote for the brown man. Well, in Michigan, that's actually probably all your good choices are going to be after a while.
Well, I mean, good news. He is making law simple. That is a simple rule.
Yes.
So that's good.
Yeah, but no, I mean, that's really what it turned into at the end of the day. And we can't have this. Like, well, sorry, it's done. It's done.
Yeah. No, man, it's fucking wild right now. Like and look, let's be clear. The reason that they're mad is that this decision is having a bigger impact on the midterms than we thought.
They thought it would. Yeah.
I thought it was going to be 6 to 8 seats. It looks like it's going to be closer to like 9 to 14 at this point, right? Which is
enough. Basically, the Republicans say, well, the Republicans were going to lose. Like, doesn't fucking matter. Like we could nuke Tehran tomorrow and like Trump will still maintain, the Republicans will still maintain a majority.
Well, but it also, it's like, wait, you're telling me that there were 14 districts that existed only because of the VRA?
Yeah.
That's a lot of districts.
Oh, well, have you seen that map where it showed like the before and the after?
Yeah.
Well, and we're going to get to some of this stuff tonight. Like there were some big changes, like Alabama, we thought was like it was under basically a Supreme Court and a consent decree. And the Supreme Court's like, yeah, well, that doesn't exist anymore. So Alabama, do what you got to do. And like, but there's some states where weird stuff's going on. We're going to get to it. But like South Carolina, the Republican senators chickened out. Mm-hmm. And we see like what happened in Indiana. Like, oh, we're going to be good and honored. Like, buddy, they want to kill you.
This is the thing I was talking to Rob about, is that like gerrymandering is not a riskless activity.
Yeah.
First of all, sometimes you get like the political will doesn't work. Sometimes you get what happened in Virginia and you just fuck it up. Like, I think like, the word on the street is that the people who did the Virginia gerrymander knew they had some real serious not federal, Virginia state constitutional issues. They knew it. They took a gamble. It didn't pay off.
Yeah, they were hoping it was going to work.
And of course, now they're trying to kick all those judges off the Virginia Supreme Court and get new judges because they're fucking lunatics. But then the other issue is, if you gerrymander thin enough, you run the risk of a wipeout. Because if you make every district 51-49 and then you're unpopular, the districts flip. There's a risk of that. Yeah. So there's quite a lot of risk to it. And for the record, I don't like gerrymandering. I think partisan gerrymandering sucks. I also think, you can think whoever you think started it, it doesn't even matter. Mm-hmm. Like it's like when people talk about Israel and Palestine, and they try to get like. Mm-hmm. They're like, well, who started it? And I'm like, what? Who fucking cares? Like, we're in it now. We're in it now. And when you're in a gerrymandering war, you can't not gerrymander, right? Like,
it's too late.
It's just political malpractice at that point.
Yes. And this is currently what Virginia's map is. It's still Virginia's map. This is what they actually voted on. And the vote basically turned it into a 91% Democrat map. And the most infamous part of it was this right here. This is known, they were calling it the lobster. And notice where all these go up to is Fairfax County. And remember, chat, Fairfax County, it's one of the richest counties in America. It's also a massive Democrat stronghold. Yeah. Fairfax County, Loudoun County, all these counties up there, they are massive strongholds. And they made these districts all filter into it. And they're all filtering up in here. But this lobster was the epitome of how ridiculous this was going to be. Oh. And the Virginia Supreme Court, basically said the way it's supposed to work, the Virginia legislator passes this amendment. We want to do this. In the meantime, it must pass a general election. And it has to go through a general election. It can't have its own special election. It has to have a general election. And then it gets voted on again by the Virginia General Assembly. And then it could become passed. But they do it that way in Virginia to give you like a chance to go, like, allow more and more participation, because there have been times where it got voted and passed, the people voted and passed it, and then it died in the General Assembly. And they didn't follow that rule. It was procedural. They didn't do it the right way. They tried to hustle it through, and they lost on it.
Well, and this is the thing, right? Like there are aspects of Virginia constitutional law that make requirements about this. Like, for example, like
I've had its own constitutional amendment.
Yeah, yes. I've read that there's a requirement that the language be framed neutrally, whereas here the language for the amendment basically said, as I recall, something along the lines of like, in order to rectify like the wrong that's been done by the Republicans. Like, they're basically saying that, like, because of partisan gerrymandering elsewhere, we must respond in this way, which is not at all neutral framing. Now, that's not a U.S. constitutional rule. That's a Virginia constitution.
And they're allowed to have that as a rule.
Yeah, every state has a different constitution.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And the basic argument is there was no general election. Now, in this case, and we're not going to go through all of it, the Commonwealth made a bunch of arguments that we saw in the Watson versus the RNC case about when is election day? Is it just on that one day? Or, what days it comes in? So it's funny how both sides are kind of picking and choosing where they want to make their arguments. But they point out that the General Assembly passed a proposed amendment for the first time well after voters had begun casting ballots in the 2025 general election. And that was the thing, because they tried to use a special referendum election, and that's not a general election. So that's why it didn't count. It did not count.
Yeah. And this is, I saw
the rule of law was upheld.
Yeah. And like, keep in mind, gang, like the U.S. Supreme Court and the Virginia Supreme Court are deciding different things. Yes. Like the U.S. Supreme Court was deciding, what does election day mean in the context of federal election law?
Yes.
The Virginia Supreme Court was deciding, how to interpret the Virginia Constitution. So it is not; those aren't one-to-one documents, right? No. It's not like if the U.S. Supreme Court decides that election day is November 4th for the purposes of federal law, that carries over, and that Virginia Constitution has to, like, for their own unique Virginia specific elections, has to follow that guidance. They don't. Yes. And like, people often conflate the two. They think there has to be like total equivalency, and it's just not true.
Yeah. And the funny part is, so with this, they now are appealing to the Supreme Court. They're now appealing to SCOTUS and seeking an emergency application for a stay. And the funny part is, all this shit's being pushed by a guy named Matthew Seligman. And this seems very frivolous to me in terms of what an argument is.
Can I ask you a question? Like, how could they? What's the basis for this at all? Like, it's a purely state law question.
Yes, they're arguing it's on a grave misunderstanding of federal law, and they're saying Virginia transgressed the ordinary bounds of judicial review. Those are not, like, they misunderstood federal law. Did they, like, not do what you like? Once again, they didn't do what you liked. And the Supreme Court of Virginia, exercised the abuse of their discretion. This is not a Supreme Court area. That's not the area of the Supreme Court to get involved in. Oh, the Virginia court overstepped its own authorities. That's not our fucking problem.
Well, also, I'm very curious how they're trying to shoehorn federal law into this, because I'm not deeply read into this topic, but my thought is, like, this is clearly a state law issue. Right? Like, it's the Virginia state constitution.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, though, this guy, Matthew Seligman, you're like, I think there's something we need to do here, because, what this guy did, like, if he's pushing this, I think based on, what's good for the goose and what's good for the gander here, I need to find out where this guy, where's this guy barred? Matthew Seligman, because looks like he's barred in California, and it's kind of funny because you know what Matthew Seligman did? He was the expert against John Eastman.
Oh.
So it's like, I guess you're getting disbarred, motherfucker. Not going to happen, though. But you probably should. You hack.
Oh man, I should.
There should be a push. There should be a push. Let's get this motherfucker and run him out. Let's go after Mark Elias. Let's run them all out now.
I should get you on with Rob Knorr because this is the argument he likes to make. So
of what? Like, let's fucking put the boot heel to these people.
Yeah, Rob wants to go full bore on this shit.
Oh, I'm at the.
I would need to see that this argument is like legit frivolous.
No, I mean I don't have to. It's too late. You know, I'm very much at the point where if you see these people like Josiah Pisco, all these guys want to play the game, then let's fucking go. Let's strap the fucking cleats on and do what we got to do. Like if we're gonna go all out, we're going all the fuck the way out. This is the game they want to play. Then fine, let's play it.
I mean, look, because here's the thing. This
once again, they only repay in full. Yeah. These guys only understand the boot heel at this point.
This shit is going to get shot down by this. I mean, I haven't even read the brief yet, and I can tell you, like, unless I read something shocking that is like the most brilliant argument.
I don't even think you're not going to get Kagan on board. You're probably not going to get Sotomayor on board.
Yeah, so like this is probably going to be like an 8-1. And 8-1 with a chirping fire alarm with a dissent.
Wow. You know, Ryan, I am
just so disappointed.
I'm so proud of you and how far you've come along so far. I really am, but yes.
It just don't make no sense.
I mean, we're watching you grow and grow and grow, and soon you're going to be like the legal analyst for Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, I don't think Nick's going to appreciate my takes, but
no, I know, but you're like, but yes, that's what we're going to get.
I'll settle for being the legal analyst on the Crucible.
Yes, EDW Raptor for 5 subs. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, do you? Oh shit, you can't see him.
No, but you bring them up. Bring up your if people tossed in, go for that.
Yeah, I got some people tossed in. I feel bad. So
show them some love real quick.
Sean Sandwich Sundry with the membership. Thank you, and thank you for betraying Sean and giving me the membership. It makes the sandwich taste sweeter. Brazuzzo splashing the pot. Thank you so much. Oh, we got some questions. Psycher Carrig, why has no one sued Congress on the carve-outs for themselves they passed for themselves on equal protections grounds? Like they didn't have to enroll in the ACA. The answer is legislative immunity. They are completely fucking immune.
Fuck you, that's why.
There is no way to sue them. It will never work. That is what it is.
Remember, guys, I say this and I sound like I'm telling an Indian fable. You know, the branches of a tree never kill each other. And they're branches of a tree. They never attack each other, really.
Yeah, well, yeah, unless... until you don't like the president sufficiently, then they go fucking hog wild. But Chapingro splashing the pot with 5 memberships. Thank you, buddy.
Nice.
I got some more to read, but I want to do the questions because there's Psycher Kara, didn't Cocaine Mitch, thank you for the 5. Didn't Cocaine Mitch several times warn Dems about what they were doing, then hoisted them by their own petard when the GOP had the Senate?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's right.
We warned him. Harry Reid was warned, and he did it anyway.
Yeah, you can chart the history. Like, if anybody tells you that it's a one-sided escalation, they're going to be full of shit. If you look at the history, there's always going to be a back and forth of provocations by the parties. The reason that Sean and I are so fired up is that, like, Ro Khanna is not Destiny. Ro Khanna is not Pisco. Ro Khanna is not like a late-night comedy person. That is and Jeffers basically said something similar. This is like respected political leadership on the left proposing a bridge that is so far, it's a bridge too far by any metric. So now the stakes are a little bit different. That's what it is. The stakes are a little bit different when this is becoming a mainstream take that they're just going to pack the court. So like, yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's a universally, it didn't start with Mitch McConnell, but like either way, here we are.
Yeah, and it's that said though, as much as I don't like the turtle, he did what he, the man may have partially saved America for a while, and I hate to say that, but he might have.
Well, I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, is Mitch McConnell the most consequential
Yes.
politician of our lifetimes? Because
Maybe. Maybe.
There's some stuff I really like about Trump. There's a lot of stuff I really don't like about Trump. But a lot of the stuff I really like about Trump is that he created the best Supreme Court of my life. And that's kind of Mitch's doing, right? Like, Trump made good picks. I can credit him for that. But like, it wasn't like he did it all by himself.
Yeah, no, I mean, but it's, the one time he didn't waffle, and you're like, well, I mean, the one time he finally found his balls, it was pretty big. And Craig says with Virginia, how is that age discrimination to force the justices to retire at 50 or whatever it is they're trying to do? Once again, they have legislative immunity, and they can come up with any reason that's not age based. And it's, that's going to become a political question issue, and federal courts are going to shy away from that anyway.
Yeah, I mean, states have a lot of authority over the way that they implement their own law,
even if it's discrimination.
What would be funny though,
yes,
is let's say they tried to do that, and then the Virginia Supreme Court was like, no, that violates Virginia law.
Oh yeah,
because it discriminates on the basis of age.
Oh, I think they should. I think that that's the thing here. That's how this works. Is like, I think I mentioned this to you. Like, let's say I'm the Virginia Supreme Court, like, or the U.S. Supreme Court, and they're like, we're gonna invoke the Judiciary Act, and they're like, nope, unconstitutional. Like, you could get, like, let's just say they were that, everybody says you can't do that, and the Supreme Court says you can't. What do you do then?
Well, this is why, again, like, for people, the reason I'm getting
it would not be ex post facto. Because the Supreme Court exists other than the Chief Justice through the Judiciary Act. Yeah. So all Congress tomorrow abolish every federal court seat except for John Roberts. So every federal judge out there, every federal judge, they're all unemployed.
No, they'd have to still be paid.
They would still get paid.
Yeah, yes. You can't reduce their pay, but you could take away their courtroom.
Yeah, they lose their courtroom. They lose their spot as a judge. They could be known as judge. They could probably have the honorific still, but they no longer have a court. You kick them out. They go home. They're bums. Now go find work somewhere else. And then Congress could immediately, the next minute, reauthorize the Judiciary Act. And then Donald Trump has to appoint 600 judges. It's like 622 judges. Yeah. And then then they could say, we're going to make 8 Supreme Court justices, and he would have to appoint 8 justices.
And by the way, we're going to break the filibuster. So yes. we can do them all 51-49.
Yes.
Yeah. And look, like that, by the way, that's a crazy fucking thing to do.
Yes.
But
that would be fucking mental.
But here's the reason. This is why the thing I want chat to take away from tonight is when somebody tells you that they're trying to pack the court. That's the level of crazy that they're bringing to the table. When someone's like, "We're going to pack the court," it's like, well, if we believe you, why not do what Sean just said? Is that crazy? Yeah, it's crazy. It's the same crazy that you're talking about.
Yes.
Like if we're in the business of cheapening the rule of law in our institutions and burning them to the ground and just making it a partisan shit show, then okay, like that, we could do that, but it's a terrible fucking idea. And it's court packing is the mother of all escalations. Like,
there's a reason why the kids are taught about FDR doing it.
And he didn't even do it. He just threatened it.
Threatened it, and he scared the Supreme Court into doing what he wanted.
It broke the country as a result. But and look, let me put it this way, and I say this without any hyperbole. Like I mean this with my chest. Packing the court in the way that Ro Khanna is suggesting is worse than everything they have accused Trump of doing combined.
Yes.
Even the stuff that's not true. Everything they've accused Trump of doing, this is worse. This is like, in terms of, like, if I had to pick the thing you could do that was most likely to trigger a civil war, it would be that. Like it's on that level of escalation where it's like I don't see how that ends well. Like that seems like it ends with some kind of like actual violent struggle.
Yeah, I'm not joking.
It doesn't,
And whether
and I don't even mean, I'm not even advocating for that. I'm just saying like game it out. Like if nobody respects the rule of law anymore, what happens next?
Yeah.
Like
And,
if nobody thinks the law matters at all, what happens next?
And I get it. I'm a big fat guy sitting here, but like, you don't think there's guys who are a lot skinnier than me who will be like, yeah, I guess it's fucking on. You know, like it doesn't take much for this society to disintegrate. And because you fucking imagine that. We light the country on fire because the fucking orange man painted the fucking reflecting pool blue. Holy fucking shit.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what is an equivalent level of like even the closest I can think of in terms of like if I'm trying to think of what the other side's going to argue. The closest I can think of is like the false slate of electors Eastman stuff.
Yeah.
But like the thing is, like, let's say you believe that was totally false. It was totally a scam, and Trump succeeded and he got to be president again. Yeah. The worst case there is that he stole the presidency for like 4 years. Which would be very, very bad. That's very, very bad. But that's still not as bad as this. Like the court packing is actually worse than that because you can recover. I could see how you could recover from that, right?
Yes.
From this, I don't see how. Like if you pack the court.
Well, like, the funnier thing about the whole Trump thing too is in hindsight, you're like, you guys point out like he literally completely fucking failed and didn't even get within sniffing distance. So it's like, how bad, like, you guys are saying you're going to do this, and if you push for that, like, are you going to get close? I don't know, but you're telling me what you want to.
Well, that's the question. Is like, how seriously should this be taken, right? Yes. Like, and if you take it seriously, then that's like an existential.
Yeah, and you're telling me if I have to treat this the same way you guys treated this, like, I guess if you really want me to do that, fine. Do you really want that? Because a lot of people on the right got fucked with. Do you really want that? Do you really want all this shit that happened? Like, I don't think you do.
Well, and look, I'm hopeful. I don't know if I'm optimistic, but I'm hopeful that saner heads will prevail on the left and will start saying this is a bad idea. But the problem is now you've got like James Carville saying, don't run on it, just run and then get elected and do it. So now, it's like once this is on the table, and like the thing that really is going to piss me off, by the way, this is the thing that's really going to piss me off. There's a
guy's going to cheese Ryan off really bad. He might even stay.
There's a segment of the right, and I think it's kind of the Fuentes-y segment, like my friend P.F. Young, who I debated on a similar topic recently, who are basically like, well, we're going to hand it to the left to pack the courts because of those folks with small hats. We're pissed off about those small hats.
Yes.
We're going to let the left pack the courts. That'll teach them.
To be fair, Ryan, Nick Fuentes, like, I've never had faith in, and I've mentioned him before as the half Mexican twink that loves cat boys. And, like, that's why people are like, why don't you ever, people have to, like, when I've had these debates on Twitter, like, why don't you do anything about Nick Fuentes? I'm like, because he's a big fucking faggot. Like, if you just ignore him and, like, watch, like, go on Kiwi Farms and read Nick Fuentes threads, all the cringe shit Nick Fuentes does, where his, like, longtime lieutenant Jaden, like, Nick Fuentes was, like, hunting for his, like, cum stains on things. Or, like, the whole idea that Destiny Nick Fuentes, like, we're blowing each other at some point, probably. Like, there is that. Why am I afraid of that man and what he's going to do? I can ignore him. When some doughy Jewish lady came and knocked on his door, like, he fucking maced her and shoved her down the steps. Like, And then he comes answering the door looking like a big old faggot to the cops. Like, why are we afraid of that guy? Why do you give him any time? Like, I know why the left does, because they want him to be divisive, but I'm not worried about that guy. He's a big old bitch.
Sean, you've convinced me to delete this stream once it's over. I mean, like the thing about Fuentes is like, I don't think anyone should be afraid of Fuentes. I think that like what I'm irritated about is that he's advocating for blackpilling.
Yeah. Well, they think that'll get him accelerationism.
Yeah, like and like I don't think it gets you the kind of accelerationism you want.
Well, it does, but in the meantime, then you get cracked down on. You're like, wait, we're on the same side. It's like, please face the wall, sir.
Yeah, it's like, okay, well, it's like, even if you like accelerationism, it's like, well, it's not for you. It's like, it's like you're hoping your children rise from the ashes of the rubble you created.
Yeah, but once it's the whole thing, though, it's just like Nick Fuentes. Is Nick Fuentes going to start leading? Like, is he going to survive when, like, we're once again, like I say, we're LARPing like it's Columbia in 1992? No, people like him get clipped. Like it's like the people who are advocating for this shit don't really like you are not. There's no need for, like any of us, like, all the people out there.
But
like there's no need for Kyle Kulinski when we're out there just murdering each other.
Well, but also like
there's nothing for any of that. Or you're Scott Jennings on CNN. Ain't nobody got a need for you when we're just picking off whoever the fuck we can find. Like, you don't want that life. You don't want this thing.
No, it's a serious breach when you get to the point where people no longer believe that law is a real thing. Yeah. And like, this is what
it's a terrifying concept.
This is, and by the way, like, this is what Destiny, and if I might show it later tonight, but like was saying on his stream today, he was basically he was just saying there is no law. It's all vibes. It's all politics. And if that's your take, then you do run headlong into like all politics is a few degrees of separation removed from the butt of a gun. Yeah. And you run into that because if people don't trust that the rule of law exists, if they don't trust that there's a democratic process, then they will stop participating and honoring and being bound by it. It's a very dangerous thing to play with. And I don't know, I get that the left is really pissed off that Trump won, and they're really pissed off that the Supreme Court disagrees with them.
Yes.
But I don't think they understand the level of provocation this is.
Yeah. That's like sovereign citizen levels of I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Yes. And this thing here, Mark Elias, like this theater kid shit. You're like, you keep bragging about how I go to court and I kicked their ass. Well, the moment it doesn't go your way, fuck them all. Let's kill them. It's like, motherfucker, I've seen your face. You and your 4 chins are not going to be out there banging it out, and neither are me and my 5 chins. Like, you know how, like, I'm serious though. Do you realize like how many right wingers out there? Like, if we're saying it's fucking game time and you could just start doing whatever you want. If I'm somebody like Mark Elias, I'd be fucking sleeping in a fucking bunker.
Well, and
like
also
these people that are playing these games, it's like, how many people want to kill you?
And also, again, like Brad Palumbo had a post I liked about this earlier, because like he basically made the point that I was trying to make earlier, where he's like, if what the left was doing was advocating for reciprocating what Mitch McConnell did, like we're gonna get the Senate and then we're gonna withhold consent. That is not, to be totally clear, that is not the level of threat that you and I are talking about. Right? Because that has an upper limit. Like, oh, maybe you screw Trump out of a seat, and maybe that changes the court for a while. But that doesn't jeopardize the concept of law itself, right? But court packing really does. Like, it's like if you get to the point where you're just like, okay, like imagine what the left would do if we were just like, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna put you know, we're going to put the most fire-breathing, partisan right people we can find on the court. We're going to pack the court right now. And then we're going to start like really doing some shit. Like, you know, you know what? Universal health care for all, it actually turns out the Second Amendment is a positive right, not a negative right. The government is required to give every citizen a gun.
Yes. And not just a gun. Awesome guns.
That's the Second Amendment is a universal access to help to guns thing. Everyone gets a gun by necessity. When you turn 15, the government shows up with a gift box. You got a gun. And you know what? Minimum wage laws are unconstitutional. People are
going back to Lochner.
Yeah, Lochner. We got freedom of contract, baby. And you know what? Anything that even reeks.
Ryan, be careful. My chat's saying, hang on, I'm warming up to
this. Well, the point I'm making is, they would be saying the exact same thing that we've been saying, which is, holy shit, that's an existential threat to the concept of rule of law in the country. Right? Which is why we're saying that, because it is an existential threat to the concept, which is totally different than losing an election, totally different than a law being passed you don't like, totally different than a Supreme Court being composed of justices you disagree with.
Yeah.
It's a different level of threat.
Yeah, and I just don't like, you know, this, once again, this Mark Elias thing. It's like, buddy, this is theater kid shit. Like, yeah, when I was in law school and I was acting all fucking don't tread on me, like, this seemed kind of fun and edgy, but it's like, I have like a fucking dog named Clyde. I can fucking pick up my phone and order a pizza right now. You know,
Life is good.
I take a shit on a heated bidet. Like, and it's great. Life is good. Yeah. I have a shower, like my shower has hot water whenever I want it. You know, I mean, insert whatever you want, guys. Our life is amazing. If you want to start playing this game, like, you don't know, this is not a game you want.
Yeah, this is going to go. It's true.
Also, I'm also pointing out, because the right will fucking, you know, the left has a lot of organizational skills, but it doesn't take much for, like, you know, like I'm you know, like, I'm just saying, like, I don't, like, it's not going to go well for anybody.
It would be very, very bad. And here's the other thing, and this is like a little bit of a tangent, but if you bear with me, I think that, like, it's actually beholden on people like you and me, Sean, who have like legal education and understand these issues and understand the severity of this, to break through some of like the coded speak the left uses, because they'll say things like, oh, well, Mitch McConnell packed the court, so this is turnabout as fair play. And it's like, no, that wasn't court packing. That was a totally distinct thing. They're not the same. They don't pose the same risks. Or they'll be like, oh, well, we've got to do this because these conservative justices are just making up law. It's like, no, like they are. Justice Thomas, for example, is basically the most consistent jurist you could ever imagine. He's been saying the same things forever.
This has all been wrong for years and years and years now.
Yeah, he's been saying it with his chest. There are differences in legal philosophy between, you know, different branches of legal theory, and those are legitimate differences. I obviously have a horse in the race, but it's very different from upending rule of law itself. And I think that the left tends to do this thing where they couch revolutionary ideas in very bland language. They're like, yeah, we're just following the process. It's fine. We're not, this is just political tit for tat, right? Like, and I think we actually do need to blow that shit up and be like, no, this is not, like, what you are doing is an escalation beyond anything that's happened.
I don't doubt you on that, but you're far more likely to get on with people like Brad Palumbo than I ever will. So, or anybody that really matters. Like, you'll probably be on Piers way before ever I get on there. So, but yes, man. But yes, in the meantime, yes, what you're saying is very true. And it's just, you know, it just really just pointing out, like, I'm sorry, things aren't going the way you want them to go. And they just fucking lose their minds about it. But I think that's just the first way to start out with half these people. Like, I'm sorry, you know, I'm sorry I ruined your ability to be racist in elections anymore. Like, sorry about that. Like, we're just not going to do it anymore, homie. And they just like, whoa! It's like, well, sorry. We're not doing it anymore. My bad. Like,
well, and I think part of what we can do is we can give. So this is something that, sorry, let me back up because I'm losing my train of thought. But this is something that P.F. Young talked about that I think is actually true. Like his idea of like meme theory, where ideas percolate in weird corners of the internet.
The meme war was like, you weren't an internet warrior in 2016, were you?
No.
You were still teaching, right?
2016, I was finishing law school.
Okay. So like I fought in the meme war.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, memes are powerful. Because the whole meme about the left wing and right wing memes.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a frog caused everybody to lose their fucking minds. Going like this caused everybody to lose their minds. I mean, yes, there's so much in the power of that, and it goes into attacking all of this. And
yeah, and if you look at if you look at like the online political space, there's all these like, I think they're pretty dog shit, but let's just these kind of like lefty legal takes, right? That percolate through the space. And they don't actually come necessarily from like the biggest content creators first.
Yes.
They come from like specific lefty lawyers, Pisco and others, who then like disseminate the talking points. And those talking points like make it up to someone like Destiny, and like they start getting out there, and they'll start saying like whatever the point of the day is, and then Wick's on his soapbox about ICE, blah blah blah. On the right, I think we need to start doing a little bit of work to kind of do like the counter engineering, where it's kind of like, no, you know what, like you can talk all you want about Trump losing 300 like cases before the district court. It turns out he had a 94% success rate at the Supreme Court because those district court cases were wrong. It was like the same 5 judges ruling over and over and over again.
Yes.
And like there's I think that those points need to like be made, and the right tends to be a little bit less I don't want to piss you guys off too much in chat, but like a little bit less scholarly in their inclination.
Oh yeah, no,
than the left.
They just respond back with that's bullshit.
Yeah, the right's like, no,
it's bullshit. Fuck you, it's bullshit. Yeah, but that's more of that goes to the memeing side of things. Yes.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
Like, I fought in the meme war.
I fought in the meme war.
Yes.
Were you a Pepe? Is that what you're telling me?
I was part of it. Yeah, it's like, do you know how I got these scars? Oh yes, I was at one point I could sing Chatelet along in Quebecois French. At one point, yes, I was very much I got to see when the man and the meme, like the line blurred, and the meme magic really happened, and you couldn't tell what was what. And it was like,
oh, and so guys in chat, I'm totally going to read everything. I swear, I have not done it yet, but I'm picking my spots. But World Radio, thank you for the 10. Great, just topical example. World Radio says, look at California for an example. Democratic leadership backed Gavin Newsom gerrymandering a state with almost 40 million people and 26 million voters. They're totally cutting off your nose to spite your face. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I actually said this to Josiah once, where I was like, when the gerrymandering war started, he and I had an exchange where I said, like, look, okay, everybody's gerrymandering now, so at the very least, you can get off your high horse about it. And he's like, no, we're going to maintain the moral high ground and gerrymander. I'm like, no. Like,
yeah, you don't get to say, see, I could be a piece of shit too and act like you're the good guy.
No, like, yeah, like, how are you going to talk about your concern? Like, and this is why, Sean, it's like, no, stop being racist about the VRA case is so effective. Like, why is it okay to disenfranchise? Sorry, I should put in quotes because it's not really disenfranchising.
Yeah.
To disenfranchise millions of Republicans in California, but it's somehow not okay to disenfranchise a much smaller number of Black voters in Louisiana because they're Democrats.
Yes.
Right? Like, is there something magical about playing the race card that means that like it's okay to politically gerrymander in California, but not okay to politically gerrymander in Louisiana?
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I agree. And Bald Eagle brings up an argument here, and this is where I think you guys have to be careful with some of these arguments because I saw somebody bring this up on Twitter, and I thought it was a good point. He says, I want SCOTUS to rule all gerrymandering unconstitutional. Well, that's not going to happen, and I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen. I don't want Supreme Court getting involved like that. That's not fair to you. You don't want that. You don't want that life. You don't want how they. I think that would just be horribly backfired. But he says, I want SCOTUS to rule gerrymandering unconstitutional. Look at New England. The problem in New England is like Vermont's got one representative. Like there's no gerrymandering there. Like some of these places, it's not the most effective arguments you can make. Places like Illinois, though, are. Oregon are. Washington. How many reps are in Washington? I don't know if you know.
I'm not sure. No.
Yeah. It's got, let's see here. 10 congressional districts. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, but here's the thing. Like, if you look at, well, this is off Wikipedia here. I hate to say this. I'm pulling a Destiny, but this is the Wikipedia map for Washington. Like, that looks pretty sane overall. Like, I get it might be gerrymandered to favor the Dems, but like, maybe you could change it up a little bit, but that doesn't look that bad, comparatively speaking. When you just look at the, how it's drawn out, I mean, because there's like 1 million freaking people right here in the middle. Like, I get that, but like maybe there's some stuff that could be done, sure. But Washington's really isn't that bad.
It's hard to tell because I just don't know Washington's geography at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's not.
It's also funny, like when states gerrymander, it looks different. Like when a Dem state's really badly gerrymandered, it looks like spider webs because what they're doing is what you showed, where they're trying to get like one city to be a part of like 18 districts.
Everything goes to Fairfax County.
Exactly.
Or like they want to do Illinois, where it's all goes to Chicago. It's like, in a Republican-based gerrymander, just kind of like
it actually looks like squares, but
it's because it does it in the reverse order. It just all converges on a city, and they all chunk it out. Yeah, and that's how they water it down. Yeah, and we're actually going to talk about that here because one of the ones that just crashed and burned really quick. Thank you, Bald Eagle, for a $10 super chat on that. Two cocks fighting says you rule, Sean. I don't know if I go that far.
What a name.
Hey, that one of the things I do, I won't talk about cockfighting because I don't know what the statute of limitations of some of that is right now. I had the opportunity to go some of that, and I'm like,
if you guys didn't know, Sean represented Michael Vick because he loves dogfighting.
When we're talking about the dogfighting, it's the airplane dogfighting. But this is the thing here, South Carolina. South Carolina, they had a vote, and it went down 29 to 17 in their Senate. And South Carolina, like, we're gonna be principled. All they were gonna do is just this. That's all they were gonna do.
Looks pretty principled.
Yeah. But yeah, like, oh, we're principled. We're not gonna give in to all this. What end does this get us? You're dealing with revolutionary communism. It has to be crushed. It's like rust. You can't have a fleck of rust in the paint. No, you got to get rid of all the rust. It never sleeps.
Well, this is what Justice.
I said rust. They're not termites or vermin or scum. Communism and the Bolsheviks, they're like rust. It never stops.
Well, this is what Justice Thomas was talking about in his speech, where he was saying, like, there's people who believe in the values of the Declaration of Independence, and there's people who believe in this progressive vision that always seems to terminate in communism, right? That's they don't necessarily call themselves communists, but it always terminates in communism. And this is these values don't actually coexist, and they're getting the conflict between these values is getting sharper.
Yes.
And yeah, like I think that what we're seeing is that, like, for the first time, at least in my lifetime, the communists are losing. Like
they're desperate. They're
getting rolled back and they're freaking out.
Yes.
Right.
It's never happened like this before.
They're just because they think that they have a monopoly on the end of history.
Yes.
That like they're entitled.
And I hate Fukuyama.
Oh God, yeah. But they think they're entitled to their vision coming true down the road.
Yes,
and
we don't support Fukuyama in this house. I don't know about your house, but
no, it's a really serious issue. This is why I've been trying to like my boy Gelatinous Rube. I had a little fight with him on Twitter, but he's still my boy. He and I tuned him up. We did some debate prep, and then he went on Wick to debate Wick. And the point that he was making there is the point I made to Wick too, is that like the difference between Hassan and a so-called moderate Dem right now.
Oh my God.
It's just a matter of time.
I haven't been able to follow this, but apparently like, I don't know what, did something happen where they're out there now like centrist is some sort of slur over on the left right now? Because like, I saw Pisco claiming somebody was a centrist and she's like, and Pisco's like, no, I'm not mad at you. I'm just saying you are like, what is their whole thing right now?
This is like idiotic live and learn drama that I'm not fully up to speed on. They had
I've been busy dealing with the quartering, flagging people and getting incinerated. So
they had Taylor Lorenz on, and Hutch, because Hutch is the last sane member.
It's actually kind of impressive they can get her. Well, is that impressive to get Taylor Lorenz on, or is that a sign that Taylor Lorenz is falling that far? And like, I get live and learn, like you guys, like I'm not saying you're bums, but you're not like talking points.
Yeah, I mean,
you're not MSNBC.
Hutch is like relatively big.
He is.
Hutch is like 300,000, I think, on YouTube.
Okay, I mean, well, okay, I guess I was just saying, like,
I don't know. I don't know how big they are.
Is that a sign of Taylor Lorenz being small or them being big?
Yeah, but the TLDR is Hutch had a sharp line of questioning on Taylor Lorenz, where basically he was like accusing her of bad faith smears of centrist Democrats, and Pisco went full Pisco and started kind of tearing into Hutch while they had the guest on.
Okay,
and then they had some kind of like therapy session afterwards.
Oh, I only saw the memes where Pisco's like, "Are you bald? Are you bald? Yes or no?" Or something about that. And I was like, I didn't understand what it was all about.
I caught like 5 minutes of the therapy session, and the therapy session seemed to all be about like what every conversation with Pisco is always about, which is like, why are you like this? Like, couldn't you, like, if you objected to what I was saying, couldn't you have like had a conversation in a way that a human being would have a conversation with another human being? Like, is it necessary to go full Pisco every time?
Okay. I just didn't know what it was about. Like, what the fuck happened to these guys?
But quite frankly, I do think they treat centrist as a slur. Like, look what they're doing to Fetterman.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, Fetterman's going to get fucking primaried, and it's like, why? Because he's like because he's willing to be like, yeah, when Trump invaded Venezuela, I thought that was based, right? Like, it's not like what do you say? It's like, yeah, we had a bounty on his head. Like, obviously, we wanted to get rid of him, so we did. That's good. That's not. I mean, like even casually saying like a thing that Trump did one time is not the absolute worst thing ever. Is grounds for being excommunicated.
Okay, I just didn't know what that was. And when you mentioned the centrist stuff, I'm like, all I saw was them going back and forth on that, and I'm like, I'm involved in some like internet culture conf stuff right now, guys. So like, I ain't got time for this. I don't understand what's going on here. I'm dealing with the quartering and, people like I'm involved in the sector policing itself right now. So I didn't know what it was. And I didn't know if you did.
Yeah. You know what though? I'm not really up to speed on either drama, but I will tell you that if I were to get up to speed on either drama, getting up to speed on the live and learn drama, I think wouldn't hurt my soul the way getting up to speed on the quartering drama would. Like every time someone tells me anything about that, it's like, when you peek into a fun house and you're like, oh, that's not for me. Like, I'm like, what's going on with the quartering? And they're like, well, you know what cucking is? And I'm like, okay, back.
Yeah, well, like, you have to. It's also, I'm
going to slowly back out of the room and be like, okay, guys.
Yes, and you also, I'm like, I have to explain, like, do you know who Mr. Medicare is? Do you know what the Boulder stream was? And like, this is like I said, this is like the lion explaining the like I was there when the lore was written, bitch. And it's like I have to explain to you. It's like Vladimir Putin. I have to explain to you why the Kievan Rus are like it all started back at 735 AD, and it's like, oh Jesus.
This is what I feel like. I'm gonna open one of those doors. It's just gonna be you clutching one of those fucking amulets I shouldn't touch, and that's what's happening.
No.
It's just
God no.
We're in the we're in the deep territory at this point.
Yes.
Like I don't think I want to go that
Ryan's
far.
been too busy. Yes, with Andrew Wilson. Yeah. So
Hey,
he's been too busy taking care of stuff.
I didn't watch it because I had family stuff, but
yeah,
Andrew was involved in what might be the funniest debate of all time tonight.
What's
it was like an ortho bro versus like Protestant bro debate.
Okay.
Like it was David Wood, but like basically,
is he like a big Protestant?
Oh, I don't know if he's a Protestant or Catholic, but it's like anyway, ortho bro versus other Christian bro. But they were like, it was like the stupidest debate prompt I've ever seen. It was like basically like, should the Orthodox community support lying Islamist rapists? The lies of Islamist rapists. So I think that was the prompt.
Oh.
And the little I caught, I didn't watch very much of it, but the little I caught was like, I think Andrew's take was, because David Wood, if you guys don't know, has some kind of like he's either a diagnosed sociopath or a psychopath. And before he found Jesus, sodomized a 13-year-old girl at one point. And Andrew's debate tactic seemed to be, well, if Islamists were
wait.
Yep.
So the guy, hold on here.
Yeah, I'm catching. See, this is what I'm saying. It's when you open the psycho door, you find out what's behind it.
Okay, like, hold on. I'm only bringing this up, Andrew Wilson. Don't copy strike me here. Okay. Real quick. So right now, David Wood versus Andrew Wilson. Obviously, we know who Andrew Wilson is. Okay. This guy here raped a 13-year-old girl. Is that what you're saying?
By his own account, he is some kind of like antisocial. He has some kind of antisocial disorder.
Did he? Oh, so he never got like accused. He never went to prison for this or anything, right?
No, he had some.
Okay, so then he's full of fucking shit.
Well, no, but I'm reading from his Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Wood later confessed in 2025 to engaging in sexual activities with two minors aged 13 and 15 when he was 18 and out on bail in 1994. He claimed he did not care at the time, but acknowledged blame for his actions later in confession.
I'm calling fucking bullshit on that. I don't know. That's
but today he is a Christian apologist.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
there's
man's law and God's law. God don't run the wood chipper. We do.
From what I saw with the debate, Andrew's debate tactics seem to be the following:
the Acts 17 Apologetics Ministries.
Yeah.
Oh God.
In Islam, child marriage is legal.
Yes.
So obviously, an Islamist would support you sodomizing a 13-year-old girl. But were they to lie and say that what you did was wrong so that we could punish you for it, I would support their lies because I would like to punish you for sodomizing that 13-year-old girl. So that seemed to be Andrew's take in the debate, that we should support Islamist lies to the extent they allow us to punish you for your gross sexual misconduct, which seems really funny. So that might be that might be a very funny debate, but I've not watched it yet.
Okay, I just reading this guy's Wikipedia. Jesus, you know what? Him and Vito can both be drugged behind the truck. I have no time for these people.
See, this is what I mean when you like. This is what it feels like when you tell me about the quartering. I'm like, there's a debate happening. One of them seems to admit to sexually assaulting 13-year-olds, and you're like, well, that seems crazy, but surely there's nothing crazier behind that door. I'm like, you say that.
Buck says he said 16 on the debate stream. Doesn't matter. Behind the truck you go. Because depending on your state, 16 is still a child too. So
apparently, Andrew. Wait, they're still going?
Yeah, that's why I showed it. It was
my chat says they're still debating.
Yeah, they're still. Yes,
a bunch of times. Okay.
Yes,
never been anything but nice to me. Never been.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, that's okay.
You know, like he's one of if this David Wood guy, like he's one of the people that needs to have the rule of law, because if there's without rule of law, like the joke that people don't have collated and indexed, printouts of the pedophiles in their area, isn't a real thing.
Yeah, it's that it's an odd thing to admit publicly. Let's put it that way. It's pretty fucking gross. Now, in any event, it's a weird meme debate because it's obviously a fucking meme, but that is what it is. What I want to do, this is just me waxing poetic now. I want to get fucking Destiny on the hook. Like, he keeps saying this crazy shit, but whenever, I've been blacklisted by him for a while, but when he reaches out, he to debate me, he's done it through like Modern Day Debate or like a third party who host it.
Okay.
But then it's always with like this like absolute bullshit prompt. And then I say like, that prompt is kind of horseshit. It like, basically it's like, the prompt will be something like Trump bad, Destiny yell, ? I'm like, that's not, that's like, let's get a real prompt. So I write back with like 4 or 5 real prompts and then, ghost town. But like if Destiny wanted to argue like about like his fucking take on the VRA, or if he wanted to argue about, which side of the aisle's upholding the Constitution, or like the debate that Michael Knowles had with Mehdi Hassan recently. Like, I would fucking love to do that, because like they're so far off the reservation right now, and I think that somebody needs to explain this shit before it goes too far.
Yeah. Oof. That's fucking wolf.
Yeah.
So,
sorry for sucking you into the madness there.
No, I mean that's the only debate I'd have with that guy is, what fucking wood chipper do you want to go in, Vermeer? Or you could choose. We'll fire up a PTO driven one if you want.
Sean's like, I can see like the monk debate. It's like resolved: red wood chipper or blue wood chipper.
Yes.
At the beginning of the debate, 72% of the audience preferred the red wood chipper. But at the end of the debate, only 54% of the audience preferred the red wood chipper.
Well, it's like oh god, what it just recently there was I was making fun of something here where like the person was like, "Oh, I gave a TED talk about this," and I'm like, "Are TED Talks still a thing?"
Yeah, I thought that stopped happening.
Yeah, I'm like, we've done that for like years now, and it's like, okay, well, that's I guess they still are a thing, and it's like,
when I lost interest in TED Talks, it was when Coleman Hughes gave a TED Talk. I don't know if you know Coleman Hughes.
I know who he is.
Coleman Hughes is awesome. Like, he's really smart, really thoughtful, really well researched. If he has a take, he's always thought about it. He really has done his homework every time. And he gave a TED Talk about the importance of like the colorblind Constitution and like the dangers of going down the identity politics road. Well, not only that, but they people within the TED Talk structure were like, what he's saying is like bad and evil and racist and blah blah blah. And they didn't not do it, but they played with the way they released it and the way they promoted it so that it basically got no eyes. And like that was really shitty, because like the whole thing about TED Talk is supposed to be like an interesting speaker and you watch it if you're interested in what they have to say. And then it's like, okay, guys, if you're a partisan platform, just say fucking so, but that's not your mission statement. So fuck you, we're done.
Yeah. No, well, I mean, it's all about selling a vibe more than anything.
Oh shit. I did say I do these in orders and I'm lying now, but Lord of the Nerds with $5 says, not to brag, but I one guide your boy Counterpoints into coming out as well as identifying as a Democrat over the last week. Good times.
Wow. Interesting.
Ooh, that sounds fun. I kind of want to go watch those streams now. I've been trying to get him to admit that. If you were successful, well played.
All right.
Well played.
Well, and let's get on to some more of this gerrymandering.
Yeah, let's do it
here real quick.
We've been riffing for a bit.
Yeah, sorry. So another one is.
Sorry, I'm going to keep riffing. I take it back. I sent the last video that we did together. I sent it to my editor and I was like, oh yeah, there's some good stuff in here. Gerrymandering. It's like hot stuff. He's like, that's a 5.5-hour VOD, Ryan. You've got to do better than that. I was like, oh yeah. We looked at an 8-page opinion and talked about it for 2
AI
hours.
and chop it up. Tell him AI transcript it for him. Come on.
Yeah. We yacked a little bit. Let's put it that way.
Yes. So it is interesting, like the state of Tennessee. And Tennessee had a very interesting history. Tennessee was actually pretty blue for a while, like Al Gore, you are hearing me talk. Even into 2006, 2008. Yeah, look, there's been some gerrymandering. And then, oh, wow, things kind of were like, no, we're not doing this no more. And it's done, as it just marches on. And now the state of Tennessee's got something kind of nice. We went from this last one to this one. We went from meow to meow.
Well, I mean,
and there you go.
When you are in a gerrymandering war, this is what it looks like.
Yes.
This is what it looks like.
And
this is what we were talking about. See how they split Memphis up, where they kind of diluted
split up
it a little
Nashville
bit.
too.
Yeah.
Yep. And then from here, it only gets worse, Chad, if you're on the left, because Supreme Court of Missouri said, by the way, there was a validity of a 2025 map. And they claimed that, the map was illegal. And they claimed that it was to demonstrate that it was unconstitutional. Well, given the rulings in Calais, nope, it's done. It's good. And this is going to be Missouri's going to get redrawn. Missouri's going to get redrawn like this. Just that little nubbin. Out there, as Nelly would like to say, in the loo.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is, I think we can all agree that we would prefer to live in a world where people weren't doing partisan gerrymandering, but this is what happens, right? This is like when you open the can of worms, people are going to game it out and they're going to play for keeps. Like there's no reason for them to do otherwise. Like,
this is game theory at the end of the day. It's like, did you not what do you mean you didn't think game theory was going to apply? Are we going to get into like super rationalism at this point where it's like, I know that you know that I know that it's wrong. And it's like, I'm not going to, we're not doing that.
Well, and that's the weird bit, right? Is that like the left was like gleeful about winning the gerrymandering war before Calais. And then they're like, oh, wait a minute. We were going to win the gerrymandering war because we thought that you weren't allowed to gerrymander as much as we were.
Yeah.
And now they're like, oh, it turns out that you can gerrymander just as much as we can, but the right has more potential for gerrymandering at this point. And again, like you don't have to like gerrymandering to realize like, well, shit, like if you're in a world where everyone's gerrymandering and you don't, then you just fucking lose. Yeah. And that is game theory. That's how, Sean's 100% right. And that, by the way, now apply that to court packing. Like look at the gerrymandering. Once it became a thing, everyone did it to the maximum extent. Why would court packing be different? If the left packs the court, why wouldn't the next time the right gets power? Why wouldn't they add like fucking 20 justices?
Well, why wouldn't we just abolish them all and then put our own back on? Yeah.
Yeah. It gets wildly out of hand.
Yeah. But this is the thing. And guys, I was just going to try to say the game theory thing here. Prisoner's Dilemma is game theory, but super rationality suggests the idea that if I'm super rational about it, I know that the prisoner's dilemma, the incentive is for me to be wrong and screw the other guy over, but I'm super rational. I'm assuming but that's what I'm supposed to do. But I know I need to, the idea is we work together, and super rationality presumes if both of us are thinking that, we can actually work together instead of being rational in your own self-interest. I forget who said it, but it's it's like a super autismo version of game theory. Doesn't really work out at the end of the day, but it's interesting. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, it also, even if you're trying to be super rational,
Yeah.
it doesn't work out if like
No.
the other side is a bunch of communists who are going to line you up against the wall.
That's correct. Yes.
Because then you're like, because the whole thing about super rationalism is, wouldn't it be better if we worked together? And it's like,
Yes.
well, it turns out that like I don't know that I trust the communists to like keep their
Yes.
word. You know,
I
it's like
don't.
there's something about them that makes me feel like they're hammers and sickles, their red
Yes.
uniforms, their their little red books. I feel like I just don't trust those guys. I don't know what it is. Sean, I don't know if you're a history buff, but it turns out that communism has a pretty poor track record. Seems
really?
like it does.
Really, they do? Oh,
yeah, they always say it's going to turn out so well, but then they just kill 100 million people. It's odd.
Yes.
I'm not sure you're aware of this, Sean. It's
Yes. No, I wasn't. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah.
And
that's one of the great all-time
Yes.
Norm Macdonald jokes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's talking about. He's like,
I don't think I've heard that one before. But
oh my god, yeah, he goes, yeah. Then there was this Austrian painter who rose to power. Now I don't know if you're a history buff. It's such a great undersell.
Yes. Imagine if just somebody would have, been, charitable and said, "Hey, man, these are actually pretty good. I'll give you something to do." Imagine that if somebody would have just let him in art school.
Yeah, just buy his paintings.
Yes.
Maybe that's why people were buying Hunter Biden's paintings. They were like, we see the writing on the wall.
Isn't there some allegations Hunter Biden's getting wrapped up in some stuff now?
I don't know. Like I have to admit, I stopped
happening there.
I stopped giving a fuck about him a while back.
I know, but it's like, oh wow, yeah, really, that guy isn't a problem here.
The last thing I followed Hunter Biden.
That's who this is. Neil Cattell. He's the guy who gave the TED Talk. Did you hear about this?
No.
So Neil Cattell is kind of like up there with Paul Clement. One of the Ryan knows this, but this guy's one of the most premier Supreme Court litigators. This guy can write it like he could, wherever he goes, he gets hired to make the arguments in the Supreme Court. Like he doesn't take the case to trial. He's just hired to come in and do the work. And here's what he did. And this was like the cringiest fucking thing ever. He gave a fucking TED Talk, and this is where I was like, wait, people still fucking give these. But he shows up at a TED Talk, and he goes through all of this, and he's like, in 237 years, the court has never struck down a president's signature initiative. Legal scholars said it was impossible. Some of my own colleagues said it was impossible. We won 6-3.
Wait, didn't everyone think Trump was going to lose that case?
I thought so.
I mean, we all predicted Trump.
Listen to this, though. This is just like, but the real story isn't what happened in that courtroom. It's what happened in the months before. And it's a subject of my TED Talk. I had the best legal team in the nation. People there, and the most outstanding legal strategists I know. Blah, 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 blah. He's like, I had 4 teachers preparing me. A mindset coach who worked with Andre Agassi. It's like, what a fag. I had an improv coach that taught me yes and works in the Supreme Court. Like, I've said this before, and I don't think people really believe when I say it. Being in court is sales. It's sales. And I didn't realize that. It took me a couple years to understand that. But it really is sales. You're trying to get a jury to buy something. You're trying to make an argument in front of a judge. Yes, Your Honor. And this, like, you kind of fucking learn that. It's not like it's all. It's not that. This isn't dark arts. We're not wizards. We're not wizards in this stuff. Well, I had an improv coach who taught me yes. In the same way it works everywhere else. Like, did you not fucking know that?
A meditation coach.
Coach who taught me stillness.
That's good.
And then Harvey. And this is where I think he actually probably gets sanctioned for his conduct.
Is he selling an AI bot?
Yes, Harvey predicted many of the questions the justice asked. This is a very legal-centric AI. You know why they call it Harvey? Because of Harvey fucking Specter. It's the most cringiest Reddit fucking thing to call it.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Many of the questions asked, sometimes word for word, brilliant, tireless, occasionally insufferable. If you're calling your AI insufferable, yeah, here's the catch. Harvey isn't a person. Harvey is a bespoke AI I built over the last year with a legal AI company. Are you willing to co-sign that you won't legally hallucinate shit?
Oh,
Trained on every
he's
trained on
gonna
every
make
question.
he's gonna make so much money.
Oh yeah, but it's bullshit because it's gonna fuck people over because they're gonna rely on it too hard. Trained on every question, every just asked an oral argument for 25 years and everything they've ever written. I guarantee you, Anthropic could fucking pump all this into Claude.
Sean, correction. My Chipingro has suggested this is not named after Harvey Specter. This is named after the greatest attorney of all time, Harvey Birdman.
And he goes, tomorrow Ted releases my talk about what really happened and what I learned standing at that podium. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You didn't climb Mount Everest without oxygen. You didn't storm a machine gun nest on Omaha Beach. Like, motherfucker. Like, other than this, thing, you're more famously known as being the fucking douchebag who was at Coachella and got stuck there like a year or two ago.
This dude is going to make so much money.
I know.
I'm telling you, man, this is going to make him
wrong.
so much money.
It's so fucking wrong. He says AI can predict, analyze. What AI cannot do is the one thing that actually won the argument. Oral arguments don't save the day.
What's actually funny is that
they never do.
The thing that won the argument was the briefs, and the AI actually probably could have done that.
Yeah, well, the AI won the briefs, but it's I didn't think you weren't gonna win. Connect, read the room, hear not just justice words, but her worry and answer the worry. What a fucking A.
Is this specific? Is he specifically talking about Justice Barrett?
I don't know.
Well, because Kagan, Sotomayor, and Jackson did not have any worries about their opinion. So that's got to be Barrett. Or he's just using her because he doesn't want to say it.
Yeah, that is the irreducibly human skill. Find yours, go deeper. In this age of AI, that's where your edge lives. No, AI is not the edge. Your edge is what you can do. And it's are you telling me you were a bum-ass motherfucker before Harvey was around, dude?
No, he was a multi-millionaire all-star lawyer before Harvey.
Yeah.
But now he's a multi-millionaire all-star lawyer with an AI royalty contract. So he's going to be doing
that's what the irreducibly human skill is. The thing AI can't touch.
Psycher Carrig suggests Harvey Dent. No, it is Harvey Birdman. That is canon at this point. Not Harvey Dent, Harvey Specter, Harvey Birdman, the greatest attorney that ever lived.
Yes, he's and it's funny that the Indians are out there now trying to he's a clanker and an Indian. It's they're gonna take this up. You're robbing your friends of work, sir.
Oh, my friend Mr. Ubercross, family lawyer extraordinaire, thank you by the way for the 20, agrees with your take. He says, being a lawyer is absolutely sales. I'm selling a potential client to hire me. I'm selling my client to take a good offer, selling my client to the OC, selling the judge jury on my argument, being persuasive and personable is big. There's a thing that you learn in law. It's really about two things. It's about judgment and persuasiveness. And a big part of persuasiveness is correctly identifying who you're talking to, which sounds very simple, but it's actually a thing I see people online do badly all the time. I don't know if you've ever seen a debate that goes like this. Matt Dillahunty will do this sometimes when he debates. He'll say something like, "You haven't convinced me." And could you imagine if you were in a courtroom and the other attorney was like, "Well, you haven't convinced me to change my mind." And you'd be like, "Motherfucker, we're paid to have our opinions. I'm never going to convince you.
Yeah.
Why would I even try to convince you?"
Yeah, well, that's if Destiny was a lawyer.
We don't convince each other. That's not a thing that happens here, right?
Well, this is one thing I will say about Destiny. It seemed like he kind of learned and understood, from his times in court now and being in depositions. It's not like here in the internet where you can run at 1,000,000 miles an hour. No, Pixie's lawyer is gonna fucking hold you to the ground and make you answer questions, or the way it works in court is not exactly like how you do things. It's an entirely different world. And
It's a
yeah,
bit-
you have to convince people. And
Have
the
you been
idea
following
that
that case?
Pixie and Destiny, yeah.
I have not been. I assume
Yeah.
he's winning.
Actually, I don't know. It's hard to tell right now at this point. Because also for Destiny, like him winning means he wins at summary judgment, but he probably had to light $1 million on fire to do it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And now we have the whole issue of like he had to get through the whole, I wasn't sending cheese, I wasn't, sharing nudes with a minor. I was actually getting catfished and gooning for one of my male viewers who's a longtime fan. And like there's this whole convoluted theory of like how he was looking at nudes of a chick and who it was and how old she was when it all happened. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're just like, is this really is this how you have to win? Because right now Destiny's argument is, well, it's outside of statute of limitations really at this point. It's like, if that's your win, I mean, a win's a win, but it's like, is that really like, that's not what winning looks like. I mean,
well, this is the thing. I figured he was gonna win because there's a lot of ways to win a lawsuit, and he should be able to afford it. Though, if you take him at his word, I don't know if you can, but if you take him at his word, he's been demonetized on YouTube for like a while. Since he said that shit about Charlie Kirk, that was like,
well,
so
even
ridiculous.
then, though, I mean, the thing is, he's not going to get attorney's fees for this. Case.
No,
it's meritorious enough.
Pay your own way.
So yeah, I mean, it's not like something wholly frivolous where somebody's cutting a check. So, I mean, great, he wins, but he's probably, I don't doubt that his lawyer is the lawyer who defended Prince Andrew. His lawyer is that law firm is defending David, the musician who chopped up the 14-year-old he was fucking in his Tesla.
Yeah,
the chainsaw. Like,
well, but that's what I mean. Like, if
that guy's not cheap.
If Destiny was making YouTube dollars,
yeah,
he could afford it. I
mean,
if he's not, that's a bigger blow.
I mean, maybe he could count it as a tax write-off too. It's like a business expense. Why? Gooning's part of my job. I guess, but oh man, like, although it's I guess the real issue, whether he wins or loses, is how fast will he get back into the fold, if he gets back into the fold at all. Like, is he going to have people running for the DNC chair? Like, is all that shit coming back? And
I don't know, man. Like,
I mean, because that's the loss. Like, the power that he lost.
He was really close to that level. I told you
he was almost mainstream.
Yeah, well, when I debated him in person, which was like the first like big online thing I did, I didn't even have a channel back then, but I just did it for the lols. Yeah. But like, yeah, that was right before the Pixie stuff dropped, and like that was Pisco had set up that event in New York, and that was just him glad handing with politicians the whole time. Yeah. With occasionally people like me and like Good Logic was brought in to like have a little more spicy content. And yeah, man, that all blew up in his face. I don't know though. I don't know if he gets back to that. I mean, like, I mean, the dude came out and said that like Republicans should fear for their lives, right? Like he said some shit about Charlie Kirk. I mean, some of the stuff he said was like so gross. I have a hard time imagining that people are going to want to have him on like a mainstream political platform, and then like let the right play those clips. Like, could you imagine you've got Destiny on, and they're like, "Oh, Destiny, great, Destiny, he's doing your thing." Well, here's this video of him blowing Fuentes. It's like it doesn't seem like it's gonna go well.
Like, yes, he's hanging out with Nick Fuentes, but then there's also just like the, like just the way he like this whole thing he did, like. The guy's had how many sex pest, scandals at this point now too? Like at some point, like it's all kind of going to build up against him. And eventually it's too much. You can't, it's Harrison Bergeron. Eventually there's too many sacks of lead strapped to your legs. You're not going to be able to jump.
Well, you're not going to be able to make it back to the mainstream. That's the thing, right? Like you're kind of, you're in the meme wars forever. You're a soldier in the meme apocalypse.
Yes.
But we'll see. I mean, like I don't like I don't think that he's trustworthy in this regard, but
no,
if he actually has lost his YouTube monetization, I would assume, because he's not on Twitch, that would be a large portion of his income.
Sure, I bet it is. I mean, and ultimately, I think Pixie's attorneys haven't done the best job in the world on it. I think they've done pretty bad. But I think, like, the idea that, right now it's in summary judgment and everything's been submitted. They just had their depositions. I mean, I don't know at this point, from what I've been able to look at and, from the filings, like, this isn't a very strong case, but, the defense in this isn't very strong either. And I think that the poorness of his defense may strengthen Pixie's case enough that the judge says, no, like, I mean, ultimately it's set to go to trial here coming up. Like, they're set for trial, like, I think in July or August. The judge is not, there's no, this was fast tracked. And, like, they had to have a motion to continue because there had been some issues about depositions. Like, Destiny and Pixie hadn't been deposed until the past month.
So this was a shit show.
Oh, it was a disaster. It was a disaster on both sides, but Pixie's attorneys they fucking shit the bed on a lot of
Well, you've got to think, if it's a jury trial?
Right now, yes.
Yeah, because you got to think, if you're Pixie's attorneys, and it sounds like it's kind of like a bit of a shit show, not a smooth operation down there.
Yeah.
Your goal is just to throw up a cloud of dust, get to trial, and hope for a sympathetic jury and play into that, right? Like, you're not. So, if they can make it complicated.
Well, and I guess I base it on this. Destiny to come in and say, like, it didn't sound like he thinks Pixie did bad, but he didn't come in acting like Pixie completely melted down, like, a total, like, an ultra kill. It wasn't one of those moments, because it wasn't one, like, Destiny's not saying that. It's like, she survived. And that's sometimes in a deposition, you just have to survive it.
Yeah, just
and if you can survive the deposition, going into court, it's actually a lot safer, because the judge is sitting there, and, like, the other attorney can't just be a complete fucking dickhead and treat you like shit. Like, there's actually a lot of safeguards and a lot of there's a lot of things in place.
If you want, we were talking about law as sales, which is, I think, part of it. Law is a weird thing. It's part sales. It's part, like, attack academia. Like, it's like an intellectual academic profession, but you do it in, like, an aggressive way. And then it's part theater camp. And when you're in depositions, that's like theater camp, because there's a lot of performative aspects that go into a deposition, where it's like I did a deposition a while back where I developed a good rapport with the witness.
Yes.
Right. And so I'm asking the witness all these questions. We get a good rapport. Because we have a good rapport, she's answering the questions in, like, full paragraphs. And that's good for me and bad for the other team, right? Like, because I'm getting answers. So her lawyer starts, like, fucking yelling at me about, like, about whatever I'm doing that's so fucked up, like, whatever makes her so mad. But the thing about the situation is, for those of you who don't know how depositions work, these are recorded, and there's a transcript, right? You're on video. So the lawyer can't tell her client, shut up, you're talking too much, because that would get her in trouble with the judge. But if she just starts yelling and filibustering, that can signal to her client, you got to shut up. That's why I'm getting so, and then I'm trying to stay calm and keep the conversation flowing, not because, but that's performative on my part too. Like, we're all like, we're doing a little theater camp. All right. So it's like,
and then it's like kids reacting for their parents. Like, see, I'm being the calm one, and my sibling, it's not true. And you're like, see, he's wrong. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you're doing, guys. It's all kinds of things.
Yeah. So law's a weird combo of sales, aggressive academia, and theater camp. It's like a weird mix of, like, those.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's why we're the worst people in the world. One of my buddies sent me a meme I put up on my ex. It was it was Ghost Rider looking into my soul and saying that I must pay penance, and me calmly responding, "You fool, I'm a lawyer. We have no soul."
Yes, and Buckmaster Flex, yes, it is a civil trial, so it's not a criminal thing, and I don't think there's really enough there to make it criminal, but certainly it's civil. So, but Ryan, we got to get to the last piece of this.
Oh, Sean.
Gerrymandering.
Okay.
We got to get back. I got to bring us back here.
We'll cover the law if you insist,
it's interesting.
Sean.
I'm the reason. I'm the one in reason here, and it is the case of Allen versus Milligan, and this is a case that's been out of Alabama for a while now, and it's been basically a case that's dictated how Alabama has its governance at this point. So
all right, let's do it.
Here we go. And this is ultimately, I was going to show, so I was trying to find something here, but this goes back to a case that actually the Supreme Court dealt with in 2020, in October of 2022 and into 2023. And it's very interesting because when you look at, the parties in this, it's, just argued 2022, decided 2023. Okay. So, well, who was involved in it? Who was involved in it here? And it dealt with some race districts and the VRA. And, well, who are the parties involved? Like, who are the justices involved? Like, because I think it's some names I think we're familiar with. I think it's some names, some of the greatest.
Yeah.
You've heard of these people.
By the way,
who was on the?
For the law debate bros in the chat, if you want to argue the VRA, one of the attack vectors you've got to figure out is that the dissent in Calais accused the majority of kind of selective memory because of how Allen was decided.
Yes.
So you've got to be able to reconcile Allen and Calais in order to defend the position.
And ultimately, you have Roberts. Mm-hmm. Okay, he was the Chief Justice. Yeah. You had Sonia Sotomayor. Yep. You had Elena Kagan. And you had Ketanji Brown Jackson. Okay. Mm-hmm. So what does that mean? Who else was there? Well, a guy named Brett Kavanaugh was there. A guy named Clarence Thomas was there. A guy named Neil Gorsuch was there. A guy named Amy Coney Barrett was there. Or a lady named Amy Coney Barrett. And then a guy named Samuel Alito was there. And you might say, wow, Sean, those are the same 9 justices we have right now. Yes, it's the exact same 9.
Yeah. By the way, what a shit show of opinion. Let's just read this.
Yes.
Roberts delivered the opinion of the court, except as to Part 3B1. Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson joined the opinion in full, but Kavanaugh joined except for Part 3B1, and Kavanaugh fined a concurring opinion in all but Part 3B1, and Thomas filed a dissenting opinion in which Justice Gorsuch joined and in which Barrett joined as to Parts 2 and 3, and in which Alito joined as to Parts 2A and 2B, but not 3, and Alito filed a different dissenting opinion in which Gorsuch joined.
And he joined both of these in full.
Yeah, this is when you read a paragraph like this is this is legalese for, oh boy, this is going to be a shit show. They don't agree. It's all about these micro agreements.
Yes. And if you guys, I'm not joking, we're not covering and getting into this too much because it literally is 112 pages.
Oh, Sean, you don't want to read that? I like it when you read word for word and we cover the cases.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that so much. You make me feel like I'm doing this the right way.
Yeah,
we're on our way to 100K with confidence like that.
I get to content farm and sit there yeah, Sean, good reading, and then nod my head sagely. It's sick. Yeah, Zero Fuck says 11-hour stream. Let's go.
Oh, it'd be a lot more than 11 hours, man. Let me tell you what, buddy.
Fucking nightmare.
That'd be so much more. This is not. Oh, hold on here. What is this thing you said? EDW. Oh, people are asking the federal courts to get involved. Yeah, they're not going to. Somebody's saying in Louisiana they're asking to freeze stuff. Can't freeze it. The Supreme Court of the United States said this is illegal. Can't freeze it. They can ask to freeze it, but that's it.
Yeah, actually, this is I haven't fully vetted this argument, so I'm just saying it out loud and maybe you can tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of discussion about like this Supreme Court doctrine that basically says if an election is close, you should be concerned about meddling in it. But
the Purcell doctrine's for federal courts. It's not for the state handling its own business.
It's for federal courts, and B, I think the Purcell doctrine applies most strongly when the Supreme Court isn't ruling on the merits.
Yes.
Right. Where it's like, oh, it's a preliminary injunction.
Yes.
We don't want to put our thumb on the scale because let's say it goes back down to the lower court, and then the lower court comes out the other way on the merits, and now we've got like we fucked with the election, and then it gets unfucked 2 days before the votes are counted, and now it's a nightmare. But in a case like Calais, which went up on a dispositive issue, the map is unconstitutional. Not like a preliminary issue. It's like it is now unconstitutional. That is the law. That's a little different.
Yes, that is a sum of my process. Can I highlight it? Yes. If no, no.
That's a good system.
Oh, it's getting warm in here. So, but yes, this is now, and with Milligan, so you guys understand, and we're going to see from the ringing and screaming in the dissent, but basically this locked down Alabama to have two majority-minority districts in it. And those were stuck in there, perma VRA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now after the VRA got gutted in the sense of, well, you can't use it to enforce racism and you can't have special black enclaves. Well, people in Alabama said, we have to fix that. Well, how do you unfix the court decision? You need to then pursue legal action to do it. The court doesn't just automatically go, well, if I'm done, you have to go to the court to get something to happen. So this is now getting resent back up. And this was decided yesterday. So what happened? Well, people started suing after Calais happened.
Mm-hmm.
And it started fast tracking up the case, and it should. So the motions expedite are granted. The petitions for certiorari before judgment in the case is granted.
Mm-hmm.
The judgment of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama in that case is vacated.
Mm.
So the initial case in Milligan, the district court said you can't do this. The VRA means there has to be two blue districts. Well, that's being vacated and is being remanded to the 11th Circuit for instructions to do it along the lines of Louisiana versus Calais. And they said the judgments in these cases previously in 25-273 and 25-274. So Allen versus Milligan and Allen versus Singleton are vacated, meaning they're saying, yeah, we said this 3 years ago, but nope, vacated.
Well, and again, to the point I raised earlier, there's a big difference between saying like the map is unconstitutional,
yes,
and the map might be unconstitutional, right? From a Purcell perspective, like if this is a VRA district, it is almost certainly unconstitutional post Calais.
Yes. Okay. And it says the cases are remanded to the United States District Court for the Northern District of Alabama for further consideration in light of Louisiana versus Calais. And notice they're doing this again. The judgment shall be issued forthwith pursuant to Rule 45.3. Going back to it. So this is
32 days, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And notice, chat, we've got 6-3 again. And what do we have? We have the wisest Latina, the Kevin James impersonator, and also our Numidian queen. Our Numidian queen step up and they dissent. They say today the court vacates a district court order enjoining Alabama's 2023 redistricting plan. And that's where things all started with these cases. And what was the 2023 redistricting plan in Alabama? And I just lost it. Oh, I don't want you type in Alabama 2023 and it's like recruiting class. It's like, of course, that's what they
go.
SEC Roll Tide.
Yeah.
You know, that's of course that's what it is. Like you're like, Jesus Christ on a cracker. So here is what was going to be proposed. And the issue was here, you had this. You had these two. This is the old map. And this is what they proposed for the new map was. And you can see they cut out a blue district and they got rid of it. And they also changed up the seventh district has a little bit more robustness added to it. But this was what they plan to do in Alabama. Nick
Okay.
Saban is king. So that's what was going to be proposed. But they said this was unacceptable. You can't do it. Well, now it's back on the menu, boys. It's back on the menu. It's back on the menu.
So is this a we shouldn't do it 32 times, like 32 days
Yes.
issue, or is it okay?
Because they have their elections coming up in August, I think. And they say that, there's no reason to do so. In addition to holding that Alabama's plan violates Section 2, the district court held in one of the three cases before this court that Alabama violated the 14th Amendment by intentionally diluting the votes of black voters in Alabama. That constitutional finding of discrimination is independent of and unaffected by any legal issues discussed in Calais. Well, maybe the judge has to retake a look at it and say, wait, what standard of proof was given here? So vacator is inappropriate and will only cause confusion as Alabamians begin to vote in the election scheduled for next week.
Alabamians,
I don't know. They say this is not the first time this litigation has come before the court. Following the 2020 census, Alabama redrew its congressional districts. Plaintiffs filed these three cases in a 3-judge district court preliminarily enjoined Alabama's first plan. This court affirmed that injunction in Alabama versus Milligan, holding that Alabama violated Section 2 when it adopted a congressional district that unlawfully diluted black votes by splitting them across multiple districts. And they say in doing so, this court affirmed the district court's order instructing Alabama to remedy this identified discrimination by drawing a new map containing 2 districts in which black voters would have an opportunity to elect a representative of their choice, more commonly referred to as a opportunity district.
Yeah, a opportunity district
is an affirmative action vote.
It's a nicer phrase than a racial gerrymander.
Yes,
but it's a race. So Alabama was ordered to do a race-based gerrymander. Okay, I guess the three liberal justices were saying up top that it was based off of a finding of intentional discrimination. Yes. We'll see if they can, if that's what they say down below.
And chat, this is really the point here. Remember, black people have an opportunity to vote, elect a representative of their choice. Well, if they all vote for Democrats, then they're getting to vote for Democrats. Is it got to be for us, by us? If you didn't know what FUBU meant, that's what it does mean.
For us, by us, yeah.
Yeah.
Then
came round 2, which is now before this court. Rather than draw a map of 2 distinct opportunity districts, which once again, that just sounds so fucking racist. We's giving us opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Judge.
Well, it's what I was saying about speaking in code.
Yes, sir.
Saying instead of having 2 race-based gerrymander districts, they only had 1.
Yes.
It doesn't really sound as punchy.
Yes. Alabama, and you don't have to endorse my minstrel talk, but that's what it sounds like here. Alabama adopted the 2023 redistricting plan, which contained just 1. The district court then held an 11-day trial on a renewed challenge of legality of this map. How do you have 11 days?
That's a long trial.
Oh my God. The attorneys made bank on that, but God, I'd want to kill myself. Testimony from 51 witnesses and received nearly 800 exhibits. Most of those were probably computer-drawn maps and considered volume upon volume of written submissions. At the end of that trial, the district court concluded with a great reluctance and dismay, and even greater restraint, that Alabama not merely spurned the opportunity, but it had in fact intentionally violated the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so they're saying there was a finding of intentional violation.
Yes.
Okay.
But I don't, I think, it's even tougher now to show that. So it's you're probably not going to match it up.
Well, that is true because that's an interesting point because
all this means is you have an opportunity to vote. Is anybody stopping you from going to the voting booth? Nope. Done.
Well, also, yeah, to your point, Sean, I think back then you could show intent by showing disparate impact.
Yes.
In terms of gerrymandering.
Yes.
Whereas now you couldn't. You would have to show that they couldn't. You have to, that part of Alito's opinion, which is that like what you would have to show is that they couldn't achieve their political ends through a race neutral process.
Yeah.
Which is a bit
which
of a
at that
harder,
point really
harder
brings up
proof.
the Democrats aren't allowing them to do anything, which is like, I guess we really want to make that argument, by all means. Like, but they talked about that with the whiting out primaries and how they would do all that in Texas.
Yeah.
Where the black politicians were getting kicked out. Well, that's illegal. You're not getting the opportunity to vote. You have the right to vote for your candidate. If it doesn't work, that's it.
Yeah, and you don't have the right not to be in a politically gerrymandered district. Nobody has that right.
Yeah, I mean, because like I didn't have that right when I had Marcy Kaptur as my fucking congresswoman. That wasn't fair. But guess what? It suffered.
Them's the breaks.
268 page opinion.
Jesus.
They said Alabama's traditional districting guidelines, as well as the state fashion redistricting criteria, from whole cloth that had never previously employed. The state district courts had also conjured legislative findings out of thin air in the dead of night.
So wait,
why'd you just say in the heat of the night?
That would be better. When was this opinion?
This came out in 2023.
Okay, so this was after.
This is after Milligan.
Yeah, and after partisan gerrymandering became legal in 2019.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and it says that exalted certain white communities while remaining silent on the heritage of all other communities in the interest of Alabama, including the Black Belt.
I mean,
the district court observed that the result of this tortured process was a precisely engineered set of redistricting rules and criteria that made it mathematically impossible to create a second opportunity district. So, in short, the records show that Alabama made an intentional choice to perpetuate and entrench. Okay, well, if they did, then prove it again. Yay, you win.
Well, I guess I'm.
I mean, if it's true, then it's true. Like, it should still be true. But in the meantime, yes, we have to send these back down. Like, make sure this survives. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because it does seem like the standard has changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
And like,
double check.
How many districts does Alabama have? Do you know?
Well, here I can show you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 districts.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So they were
the most exalted of the white districts.
It was going to be at 2 of 7, and now it's at 1 of 7.
Yeah. Man, they're fucking scared of losing these seats, buddy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the situation. Literally, the entire landscape shifted. Go back and figure it out. Does it still count?
Calais is it's a very big decision in terms of how the VRA is implemented.
And that's not uncommon when the Supreme Court does something like this, a massive case. They sometimes take a look at their docket and go, yeah, we can kick these off to you guys. Figure this back out in the meantime. Because we made a decision, find out if it applies or not. If it doesn't, come back.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, from a quick Google, it looks like the black population in Alabama is like 26% of the population. And 2 divided by 7 is like 28, so it'd be slightly over-representative.
Yeah.
But if somebody was doing partisan gerrymandering and the black voters in Alabama are mostly Democrats, which I would imagine they are, because that's true basically everywhere in the country.
We keep hearing that.
Then you wouldn't expect slight over-representation. You would expect some under-representation because of the partisan split. So I don't know that the mere fact that it wasn't 2 districts is evidence of intentional racist discrimination. That doesn't seem right to me.
Yes, it's not. And I just, you're going to have to show it. And if you could show it, great. They say, but rather than remedy and uproot the racial discrimination the district court had previously found, and that this court had affirmed. Well, yes, but our criteria has all changed.
The criteria totally changed.
And that Milligan case is such a disaster. Like that is, you cannot reasonably rely on a case like that where it's so haywired. It says district court thus permanently enjoined Alabama's 2023 redistricting plan and instituted a remedial map drawn without any reference to race, except it looks like it was all about race because there were opportunity districts, which is based on race.
Well, that's the thing. How can you have a remedial map without reference to race that is mandated to have 2 out of 7 opportunity districts?
Yeah.
It's very, very odd. Like this is what I was saying before about the like a role for like kind of like right-leaning attorneys to kind of pierce the bubble on some of this rebranding. Like that sentence only works because you called them opportunity districts. Like scroll up a little bit.
Yeah.
If you didn't call them if you scroll up a little bit, if you didn't call them opportunity districts, sorry, I just wanted
here we go. Opportunity districts. Yeah.
If you call them like racial gerrymandering districts, right, then like no one would be like, oh, and then like we ordered them to draw a map that had 2 racial gerrymandering districts without considering race. You'd be like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. How am I supposed to draw 2 racial gerrymandering districts without relying on race?
But you can't.
Yeah, obviously.
How do I draw those? And if you guys are wondering, what does Alabama's congressional delegation look like? Well, don't worry, we got an app for that. They currently have 5 Republicans and 2 Democrats. Well, let's see. Republican. Oh, Democrat, black guy. Okay. Republican. Republican. Holy shit! It's like Republican. They're all guys. That is weird that it's all men. Like that's surprising, actually. But anyways, oh look, a black person.
And not all men anymore. But
that too.
I think, I mean, this is the thing, right? And this is the point that Sean and I've been making over and over again, which is that, like, in a world where you're allowed to do partisan gerrymandering,
look, they carved out the little black portion of Birmingham there, and then into Tuscaloosa, and Selma, and
they added that to one of the districts.
No, this is the current map that has not been struck. Like this is their current map as it exists because there's 2 of them. This is the guy who gets eliminated. Shomari figures. They're going to be showing him the figures. He's done.
Bye, Shomari.
1985. Wow, it's like God. What am I doing in my life? I'm not lost. I'm not. I know. Alabama for his JD, better law school than me. So, he worked in Akron. Oh, he helped get Akron go blue. Or Ohio go blue. Fuck you. Fuck this guy. Fuck him already.
Sean's like stalking his bio, like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Yeah, I looked at his early life. So they say nothing in the district court's 14th Amendment analysis is affected by the court's opinion in Calais. Are you sure? Obviously, Calais changed the legal most obvious legal standard for vote dilution claims under Section 2. You just claimed it's all about vote dilution. You said this is all vote dilution here. So it does have to. It does have to. It does have to. You talk about vote dilution, that an unlawfully diluted black Alabamian vote. Unlawfully diluted. Unlawfully diluted. Okay. Okay, once again, I get it. You went to the Harvard School of Law, KBJ, but like.
See, this is where, the thing about these orders is I kind of wish there was actually, like, more reasoning in the majority.
Well, they're just going to say, eat a dick. And that's the point. They're like, they ain't got time for this. They ain't got time. I really would wish Alito would be like, I ain't got time for this because I'm about to drop a certified hood classic about birthright citizenship. But it's not. That's like
that would be remarkable.
I know you're still holding out faith. I'm still saying 7-2 against. But I mean, when it's wrong, I will go like. I hope it's when I get down to Florida because I'll freaking savor a bottle of champagne. But they're claiming it changed the standard for vote dilution. Yes. I mean, yes, it did. But yes, nothing in this is affected by Calais, except Calais did the thing you're talking about.
Well,
the vote dilution.
I don't quite understand this. Yeah. So let me try to steelman their argument because it sounds like what they're saying is Calais is a Section 2 VRA case.
Yes.
It changed the standard in Section 2 VRA. Yes. And as a result, it didn't change the 14th Amendment standard.
That's correct.
But in Calais, Alito ruled that under the 14th Amendment, the Opportunity District was an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. So I don't see, that seems like they say it doesn't say a word about the 14th Amendment intentional discrimination claims, but it did say that like
but your standard for establishing that is what's the standard now? Because whatever you made that standard on back in 2023, it's not the same standard anymore.
Well, and you can now violate the 14th by having the Opportunity District.
Yes.
Right.
But I would just argue, though, the bar for proving it has been extremely heightened.
Yeah, it does seem. Anyway, I take the point they're trying to make, but it does seem like this actually was changed by Calais.
Yes, and if it's not, I mean, you're talking about vote dilution, and they're complaining up here, and they say there was vote dilution here, and they say that it unlawfully diluted votes. Okay, well, guess what?
Mm-hmm.
Calais is saying that it changed. So guess what? We have to go back and evaluate. Hey, you have to. I don't see how you can't.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it looks like they're trying to tie it into Allen. I haven't read this yet.
Yeah,
So
I have not either. I'm not either.
Yeah, live react.
It said not a word about the standard for 14th Amendment intentional discrimination claims like the one the district court decided on remand in round 2. But it's all based on vote dilution, though.
Mm-hmm.
Calais also says that the court's prior decision in Allen remains good law. That says these are cases, of course, that if Allen is good law anywhere, then it must be good law here. I mean, it's as the law is applied, you have to apply the law again.
The court,
Calais also insisted the court's prior decision in Allen is good law. Yes. So we have not overruled Allen. Okay. But these are, of course, these cases are, of course, Allen.
Oh, I get what they're doing.
They're arguing the fact, like, yes, the case law cited in Allen is still good.
No. Okay, I get it. So here's what's happening.
Yeah.
The dissent is saying,
yes,
the district court made a finding of intentional discrimination.
Yes.
Even after Calais, and because of Allen, a finding of intentional discrimination does trigger VRA issues.
This is a Reddit-tier destiny argument.
Well, and then the counterpoint that Sean's been making is the standard by which one determines whether there has been intentional discrimination was changed by Calais. Yeah. So, oh Jesus. So the finding is resting on a shaky foundation for the analysis. Yes. So the court should look at it and decide whether or not that's still good logic in light of Calais.
Yes, that's what I'm arguing.
Okay.
But they're saying here, we're not completely overruling the holdings in Allen. Mm-hmm. They're right. They're saying if you could show discrimination, great, cool. Calais is just explaining what the standard is now.
And the standard is a lot more rigorous than it was.
Yes, and they're saying we haven't overruled it, and they're almost making it. I think really KBJ and them are trying to say, well, if you're saying it's not overruled, then that means even the holding and all the fact findings are still here.
Yeah,
I think that's what they're going for.
Well, they're resting on
this is an argument they're trying to show people. This is meant to try to like brainwash people and confuse them.
Yeah, they're taking the finding of law from the lower court and not at all asking how did the court arrive at that conclusion?
Yes.
Because if you ask how did the court arrive at that conclusion, you would quickly realize that Calais changed the standard.
Yes. Yeah, and I think ultimately they have to, because you base this all off of something that we've completely changed. It needs to be reevaluated.
Yeah.
And it says this court's finding of racial discriminatory vote dilution is an inextricable permanent feature of this case.
Exactly. The finding is the part they're focusing on, not the logic. Yeah.
And the finding, okay, but the finding is now predicated on law that's been drawn into question, which means the finding has to get reassessed. And Alabama's willful decision to respond by entrenching rather than remedying that dilution is, as the district court correctly recognized, evidence of discriminatory intent. Is it still under Calais? Is it still?
I mean, I think that does need to be reevaluated.
Yeah,
the entire standard is different.
I mean, do you understand what I'm getting at now? Like, it has to be, and they're trying to argue, well, no. It's like,
well, because you're allowed to dilute votes now in that way.
It's just my primary motivation can't be racial animus.
Well, and moreover, it's the test, right? You need to show that they could achieve their political goals.
Yeah.
Without considering race. Like you have to show an alternative map that isn't race-based that allows them to achieve their political goals.
Yeah.
And that obviously wouldn't have happened because that wasn't the standard back then, but it is the standard now.
And they're not gonna say, oh yeah, here's your one district map. We'll support you in this. No, they're never gonna do that.
Well, this is the thing. Like ultimately,
yes,
all these challenges were political challenges, right?
Yes,
like these were being brought by Democratic operatives.
Yes, hiding in race.
Yeah. So
and here, so I think they're going to try to make the arguments to attack what me and you were talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Calais had something to say about the evidence necessary to establish discriminatory intent, it still would not be appropriate to vacate the decision below at this time. Think about what she's just saying there, guys. Even if we're now admitting, assuming in arguendo, KBJ is now saying, let's assume that we've entirely changed something. It's not appropriate to vacate it. Even if this is wrong and we now have racism being enforced by the courts. Well, we can't get in the way. It's too late. It's too late because, well, we have the election next week. And doing this will cause problems because voting has already begun. It's too late because people have started voting. Sorry, we have to keep racism in place.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the Purcell issue, right? Like they're going to say, they're going to get into like, we have this doctrine that says federal courts shouldn't monkey with with elections too close to the deadline.
Is racism wrong? Well, if it's wrong, then it has to be stopped.
Well, especially if it's unconstitutional, which is what happened in Calais.
I know, but here's the thing, though. Ultimately, this doesn't really change anything because are the people who've already casted votes for Republican or Democrat going to be like, well, shit, I would have changed my mind now because now I got put in a different district? No, you're going to be voting for the Republican or Democrat anyway. Like, that doesn't change. You still have your chance to vote for the guy you want to vote for. Are you going to say, oh, I didn't like this Democrat challenger, I want this guy instead? No. Like, let's be real. We all vote for our team, and we vote for our team. It's not based on race.
Well, and if there is if there's actually a kind of like an impermissible racial gerrymander in the opposite direction, which is what happened in Calais, that should obviously be remedied before the election, right?
And Barton Bella makes a great point. Yes, school classes were already picked when they forced kids to integrate. It's like, yeah, they didn't for Ruby Bridges. They weren't like, well, we should probably wait till the fall on this one. I'm just saying that's actually a pretty good, kind of a funny point. Vacator is an equitable remedy. I mean, yes, remedying racial issues is an equity issue among constitutional issues, but yes. And the court should not lightly wield it to unleash chaos and confuse voters. How are voters being confused? Like, well, this is the argument. This is the question here, because there's no way you're telling me if I was in this district versus that district and I'm a Democrat, am I confused?
Well, I guess
no.
I guess they're warming up to the Purcell argument. They haven't cited the case yet.
If I'm in this district or this district, am I, or in this district versus that district, if I'm a Democrat or Republican, is that really going to change? Am I confused about my vote, who I'm voting for? No, you're voting for the guy who's RRD. Like, let's be real. That's how we all do it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a curiosity here because as I recall the procedural posture, I'm trying to make sure I remember it right.
Mm-hmm.
What the Supreme Court is doing is vacating injunctive relief granted by the district court.
Yeah, the Supreme Court's saying we're vacating this by the district court. Yes,
they're not ordering the state of Alabama to do anything.
No, they're just vacating the injunctions.
Yeah, I mean that does seem like a meaningful distinction. Like between if you're worried about like confusion and tamper and like meddling in state elections, the difference between ordering a state to do something and just
Yeah.
vacating an order that was given by a lower court
Oh,
does seem very different, because one is the Supreme Court policing the courts under its purview. The other is Supreme Court ordering a state to do something.
Yeah.
That doesn't strike me as a parallel or horizontal distinction.
Well, I just still don't understand what chaos is going to be here for the voters. Like, it just still doesn't make any sense for me. What chaos is there?
I mean, I guess like
the only chaos for people running.
Well, I mean, were people voting yet?
Yes, I think there's early voting's already happened.
So, like, let's say, like, I'm trying to steel man it. Let's say the chaos was like, I'm
in that district and say fuck it because I know
you're in this bottom right corner district.
Yeah, right. Which one here? Well, let's go to this old map here. Are you like? I think I know what you're going to say. You're going to say Republicans in this district might say fuck it, I'm not voting.
No. I meant like just in terms of like chaos.
Yeah.
Let's say that you were in the very bottom right corner of the map.
Well, so well, hold on here. We need to
of the map on the left.
Okay. Well, okay. So
the bottom right corner of the old map.
Okay. So I'm right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you voted for somebody on a ballot.
Yeah.
Now that vote is incorrect because the people running for your district, you're now in District 2. It's different people.
Yeah,
you're not
I know.
Anymore.
You got to vote again. That. Yes.
So that's like I mean, there's at least that amount of chaos. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, ultimately, if I'm a Republican voting in this district, am I all of a sudden going to go, no? Nope. I'm voting blue now. Like, no, you're not.
Yeah, they're not going to change their party, I don't think. But there is like some chaos because like if you don't realize what happened, your vote might get invalidated.
Yeah, I don't think that. Well, I mean,
is that enough chaos to warrant using an unconstitutional election map?
Yeah, is that enough for like supporting racism? Yes.
Yeah,
like we have to do this.
But if voting started, there would be at least some confusion. Yes. But the question is, does that warrant an illegal gerrymander?
Yes, we have to. The racism has to be okay because people's fifis might get hurt. So it says when federal courts contemplate equitable relief, and we talked about this with the Chicago injunctions against ICE that got vacated, they must also take into account the public interest. Well, I think the public interest in having racial-free elections is pretty big.
That's a pretty weak cite. I wonder why they're not citing Purcell.
Well, it's because that sounds because once again, it's the state making its own decision. And they're arguing, I think at this point, Missouri battle flag, you can't say anything in the chat. I still have no words. So if that's YouTube, that's certainly not our people. I know that.
If you can't say what you want to say in Sean's chat, it's possible that no one should say what you want to say.
Oh, I think you should still be able to, just like John Mayer said, say what you mean to say.
I'm just saying, Sean's moderation policies are not exactly draconic.
Oh, I still love how that owlishness was like, oh my God, they said the N word. It's like, yeah.
Oh, owlish. She shows up to just like, it's funny. Like it becomes predictable after a certain point. She shows up and then she just says like crazy shit in my chat.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of like, do I feel like being one guide or not? And, most of the time the answer is no.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing. They're saying if we must act, we should at least affirm the order as the finding of intentional discrimination in Allen versus Milligan. But how do you know it's intentional? The factual findings, like the discriminatory intent, are reviewed for clear error. Well, if they didn't use the proper test, that's clear error.
Well, this is now circular, right? Because remember, they said up top, we think that this had nothing to do with anything. It didn't change anything. But in this section, they're saying, even if we think that even if we grant you that Calais changed the evidentiary standard, then you shouldn't do it anyway because of the risk of confusion. Yeah. But now they're saying, wait a minute, clear error. But you see what I mean? Like in this section, they're supposed to be presupposing that the evidentiary rule did change.
Yeah.
Yet they're now acting as if it doesn't change. So they're kind of winding themselves up in a circle.
They're arguing that's basically harmless error. You applied the wrong standard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not that big a deal. That's literally everything. How much more error can you have?
Well, so they're saying like, yeah, it would be plausible, but like
Yeah.
plausible on the basis of what standard?
Yeah. They say meaning that if a district court's factual determination is plausible in light of the full record, then that determination must govern. But if it's incorrect, you can't let clear error survive.
Well, and if what plausible is in light of the standard, right? Like it's plausible in light of the standard, and if the standard changed, that might not be plausible anymore.
It's they say on this record the court's finding of discrimination resulting from the comprehensive examination of Alabama's transparent intentional attempt to limit black voting power, despite this court's earlier decision in Allen, is more than plausible.
See, this is why Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch were saying the VRA should never have been interpreted this way, because applying the VRA to gerrymandering creates all sorts of problems.
It never ends.
Well, because Chapingro was saying this in my chat. It's actually not possible to draw an ungerrymandered map. Yeah. Like it's always going to be favoring one side or the other to some extent.
Yes.
And if you get into this world where you have to pick identity groups and then they have to be at least proportionally represented, otherwise there's disparate impact.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, Alabama's 26% black. Like, well, what percent Asian is it?
Yeah, what percent?
Do they have a district? What percent Hispanic is it? Do they have a district? Mm-hmm. Right? Like, you can do this ad nauseum. Why are we talking about blacks and Hispanics? Yeah. Why aren't we talking about Sudanese and Filipinos? You can't really keep dividing it up infinitely. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's more importantly, like it's the black population of the U.S. as a percentage. It's at maybe 14.5%. What's the percentage of, black people in Congress? And it's
going to be low, probably lower than that.
It's a lot more than that.
It's a lot more than that.
Oh, actually, hold on here. Actually, it says hold on here. No, they're saying it's actually 14% is black.
There you go.
Oh, so there we go. We've achieved it. It can't be any more than that. You've hit your limit. 66% of Congress. There are 66 or 67 black members in total, including 61 in the House and 5 in the Senate. Sorry, you guys have limited out. Can't win any more elections.
We will see what happens. I suspect. At least one from Alabama will be losing his seat. So
yes, but I'm just saying, based on that logic. You limit it out. It's like when you go out bass fishing, you limit it out today.
Well, this is why race quotas are so stupid. It's just a bad idea.
Yes. Well, and that's why I think it is correct. It has to be where you stop from being able to vote no. Analysis.
Well, that's what Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch wanted, and I think they're ultimately right. And if Justice Thomas had won this issue 30 years ago, then we never would have had any of these problems. But
but Clarence Thomas getting treated properly 30 years ago was not. Yeah,
no, it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. It's further bolstered by the district court's thoughtful consideration of the role partisan interests may play in the redistricting process and extensive discussion of the presumption of legislative good faith. Okay, but you're now having to apply a different standard with a heightened bar of scrutiny. Would this survive? You still haven't.
Yeah, basically they're saying we think that the court should have thought that the district court's findings would have satisfied the new test, but obviously 6 members of the court disagree with you. And the crazy thing about this is it was a 268-page written decision. They're writing a 4-page dissent with which they're not going to give you quotes. So it's kind of just like they're saying we think it passed mustard, and the majority is saying we think it didn't. But there's no, for an outside, the reason why dissents like this are so frustrating, and why I think calling it brainwashing was fair from you, is that like From
is
the outside
propaganda.
observer, if you haven't read the 268-page district court opinion, there's no basis upon which for you to say the majority's right or she's right. You can't know. Like, I just have to take their word for it or not, right? Because like, what are we talking about? Like, maybe they had some really thoughtful consideration of what the role parts in gerrymandering played, but I haven't read it. I'm just taking, that's just your characterization of it. Obviously, the majority disagreed that was sufficient.
Yeah. They go on to say it's further bolstered by the district court's thoughtful consideration. Okay, we already got that. Sorry. They say, see here, and they say, considering the record in extreme service to the presumption of legislative good faith, but ultimately concluding if this record is insufficient to rebut the strong presumption of legislative good faith, then it is unlikely the presumption is ever rebuttable.
Well,
but yes, at the time, it probably was an insurmountable presumption to rebut. But your criteria have completely changed. It's like if we eliminated the first law of physics. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. If we were able to eliminate that tomorrow, well, that would literally you would have to recalculate the entire world. Well, you couldn't just say, "Well, it works."
But I'll also think about how you would litigate this case in the district court. Like pre-Calais, you would have had to say, if you were defending Alabama, we are entitled to a presumption of good faith, and you haven't rebutted it, therefore we win. Post-Calais, you just say, you can't show us a map that achieves our political goals that isn't based on race. And they say, you're right, we can't. And then you win. So like, I don't even know that the presumption of good faith would have come up. It wouldn't have been their frontline argument. It would have been like their third line argument. Post Calais.
Well, but I think ultimately, just even more, even if there is some race involved, I would be banging the drum of the concurrence. Like, we're not denying anybody the right to vote. Like, you can vote. It's just not like, sorry, you don't win. Like, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah, it just.
Yeah. And it says, today the court unceremoniously discards the district court's meticulously documented and supported discriminatory intent finding in careful remedial order without any sound basis for doing so, without regard for the confusion that will surely ensue. It was based on wrong information. The standard has changed. Literally, changing the application, the standard to applying the law, guys, is like changing the laws of physics.
Well, the last sentence is really funny. Yeah. That's really funny.
As with all vacators, the district court remains free on remand to decide for itself whether Calais has any bearing on its 14th Amendment analysis or its prior reasoning is unaffected by that decision. Yes, you're seeing the court saying you can do whatever the fuck you want, Judge.
Well, but also, if all that this order does is it frees up the lower court to consider whether Calais has any bearing on its 14th Amendment analysis, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
Like the district court can look at it and say,
and you can still say no.
If they think that they passed the standard, they could say no.
And then the Supreme Court might have to say, actually, you're wrong.
Yeah, that's very possible.
That's the thing. He could say no. It was, maybe there's a congressional note where the guy's like, you know what, we're not letting the nibbas vote. Maybe there's something in there, and if it is, then yeah, I guess we're in 14th Amendment territory. But you're going to have to do that.
And here's the other thing: this kind of dissent. I mean, maybe we're just beyond it at this point, but it's kind of like it does seem like this is a dissent that's aimed at telling the lower court, highlighting for the lower court that it has some reason to maybe conclude that Calais has no bearing, right?
This is the Rhode Island judge thing again.
Yeah. So but the thing about this is that the reader, unless you're really willing to read that 268-page monster, has no basis.
This is them sounding the alarm, saying you could still save the day.
Yeah,
resist.
There's no basis to read this and say that the dissent is right and the majority is wrong.
Yes,
it's just because it's all summary statements without sufficient analysis, which kind of begs the question, like, what's the point of this? And I think the only point is to signal to the lower court that there's 3 votes in your favor if you stick with your guns.
Yeah, this is which, doesn't help you because you're not going to get the fourth vote.
No, probably
And
not.
you're going to get and here's the thing. If the court tries to do something with this, it's going to immediately rocket back up here and you're going to get slapped down again.
It's gonna, yeah, it'll be fast. It'll be light speed.
Yeah, it'll be kind of like what happened in Rhode Island, where the court, like in the same week, said, "Be like, no, bro, we meant what we said."
I mean,
yeah, I don't see how you're fundamentally altering the math, and you're like, no, it still checks out. No, it doesn't. Like you've changed what X represents.
It seems very hard to imagine how it wouldn't have, like, the standard changed so meaningfully. It seems like if only, like, even if the evidence supports the same conclusion, you would at least need to like go through the exercise of showing how.
Yes.
Right. So I mean, I candidly, it's like, did they really read the 268 opinion, compare it to Calais, and like carefully be like, we actually think line by line this lines up? I don't think they did it.
No,
Like,
and honestly, if they're arguing that Calais isn't that big a deal and doesn't change anything, then why are you like acting like the world's been fucking ending? Just say the court can do whatever it wants, and we still think, even with Calais, that it's not, like, why are you so worried? Like, let the court reimpose the injunction. Like, it's, you're trying to act like you're not panicking and malding, but literally everything but from like up above this, you're literally panicking and malding. This is the only spot where you're like cool as a cucumber right here. This last sentence is the only place where you're like, as with all vacators, decide for yourself. Okay, cool. But the rest of this is like, it's like, okay.
Yeah, which is kind of funny because it's like, I guess what I'm saying is, in a different political climate, I think this dissent would have just been this last paragraph.
Yes.
Right? Like, because you actually don't need anything that comes above it. You're just like, the court's just like, hey, we actually think your decision passes muster. You're free to decide that.
Yeah.
Like, and you could have written a one paragraph dissent and it would have covered the same ground.
Well, and this is the funny thing, because this is what I'm saying they could do. The district court could still decide that, hey, you know what? Them saying they don't like the N-words and not letting them vote. Okay, great. Yeah, sign me up. Yeah, that's unconstitutional. You have to go back and redo your math. We've changed the equation. You still need to make sure whatever we change X to, the math, your answer came out to 100. I changed X. I've changed the criteria how you do this. Make sure your math still works. And if it comes out to 100 still, okay, fine. But you have to do it. You have to do the work.
It seems more likely than not that decision would have had some impact on the analysis.
I think it's ultimately gonna, that 3-judge panel is gonna dump the injunction in a heartbeat.
They almost have to.
Yeah, I don't see how they can, but you know what? Maybe they won't. I haven't read that 268 pages.
And by the way, I will not. Fuck that.
I have not. I'm not, and I didn't sit there for 11 days thinking, oh my God, I'm going to walk out in the parking lot and shoot myself in the head as soon as we're done here every day. No, I would have probably if I had to sit through this for 11 days, but I didn't. Just do the work. And then, basically hint like, hey, bro, we think, we think you guys were still in the right. We don't think it changes anything.
Yeah. And that's totally possible, but exactly. Like, ultimately, I don't know. It just seems like they're playing the organ a little bit, right?
Oh, it is. It is.
Oh, well, I guess what's a little organ playing between friends, Sean? What's a little organ playing between friends?
Yeah. And I don't know what Hey,
Sean,
this is all theatrical for that, I think.
Have you? My chat's asking, have you run the 260-page opinion through Harvey Birdman to get his opinion?
No, I have not.
Oh,
no, I have not. No, Neil Cattell did not give me. I think it's how you pronounce his last name, isn't it?
I mean, did he give you a discount? Like,
No, he didn't give me a coupon code. We're not sponsored by Harvey. No.
type in code Neil, and Harvey Birdman only costs you
That'd be so funny if that's
$15,000
like,
a month.
yeah, I'm sure. I bet it how much it cost. You know,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
he's marketing this to like Kirk. He wants to license this to Kirkland Ellis and Jones Day, and
Yeah. I mean, look, the crazy thing about it is that, like, as AI starts cutting into employment a little bit, like, the question is, like, what is the value that it replaces? Like, because you can do some shit with AI that's crazy. Like, not in terms I don't think it does high level lawyering well.
no, but
But if you're trying to replace a paralegal, it can replace a paralegal.
But I think the biggest thing, and this is where one of these AI AI attorneys who's pimping their shit and is like, it's not gonna change anything. I'm like, your fucking malpractice insurance carrier is gonna want to know if you're using AI or not.
Yeah.
Like, your client may not care, but your malpractice carrier is gonna want to know exactly what you're doing if they're gonna start cutting checks.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean,
That's going to be the biggest thing that's going to limit AI.
Yeah,
practice.
Well, there's two questions. Like, one is, do the malpractice firms take the position that AI violated the terms of your malpractice contract? Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting question. I don't know. And then the other question is, what happens to premiums?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What's the cost of using? Like,
malpractice insurance is, like, not actually that high.
Well,
typically.
Okay, for a private guy, yes, it's not that bad.
For, like, one person.
Yeah, for me, it's not too bad. But if I'm like, when I worked for the firm I did doing oil work, we had a $15 million malpractice policy because that was the cost if, God forbid, we drilled on a pad site for a frack.
Yeah.
And it turns out we didn't have the right to be there, because a frack site and doing all that, where you have like the separators and you get the drill going and you're running everything there, and you got the retention ponds and you got your frack pond, all that crap laid out. That's like $15 million. Set that all up, run it full send, cement, concrete in the piping, put up the Christmas tree. That's the thing where everything comes out at, maybe run a flare. Like $10-15 million. That was the worst case scenario for us, is we drilled in the wrong spot, or we didn't have the right to be there.
Yeah, that policy is going to be a bit more expensive.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, these companies, though, like the top 100 law firms in the U.S. or the world, they're going to have insane liability policies for insane amounts for what they're dealing with. $1 billion, $1 billion limits.
Though I don't know that malpractice insurance is a higher percentage of their overall operating budget.
Yeah, but
because, like, it's going to be very expensive, but those firms also, like, fucking ka-ching.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if I'm Sullivan and Cromwell, do you think their malpractice company is not like, fuck are you guys doing?
What the fuck are you guys doing? Yeah, no,
if this goes bad, like, we're not paying this.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to watch as that develops.
Because he was saying, like, oh, clients don't care. I'm like, okay, if your client doesn't care, your client's a fucking idiot.
Well, clients don't care when they're winning.
Yeah.
When they lose, then they start caring.
Yeah. And, even if, like, it gets through all of that, your insurance company's like, I'm not paying the cost of this. We're not representing you. You're excluded. Remember, insurance companies make their money by denying coverage.
So Chipingo asked a great question. Could you blame AI is a tool? Could you blame your underling for providing bad research if malpractice hits? No.
You're responsible for it.
The senior attorney is responsible for the accuracy of the submission, even if the senior attorney has outsourced it to a junior attorney. And that's how the accountability works. Like, if something is wrong in your brief, you signed it, and the rules dictate that the attorney that signs it is the one who is responsible for the accuracy of the submission. And that's the problem with the AI stuff. It's like, if it hallucinates a case and I sign my name on it and I didn't check, that's my fault.
Yeah.
Right. Same as if I hire some dipshit junior associate and they write me a shitty research memo and then I accept it without checking the cases. That's my fault.
Yeah. And the bigger thing here, though, is if I'm writing a brief for, like, a massive 100-page filing and I'm working at a top 10 law firm in the world, I'm not fucking reading that whole document. I'm having the associates, give me information on it, give me bullet points, give me what I need to know. But I'm signing off on it because I'm the one arguing in front of the judge. But yeah, now I'm responsible for it. And
Yeah,
that's
so
the thing. If your name is on, if you sign on the line which is dotted, yeah, that's the risk.
which is why these firms have like intense processes in place to ensure accuracy.
And they have teams.
Yeah, but the learning curve, like where this is getting messy, is that people are inserting the AI into the process, but we're not yet good at knowing when it's trustworthy and when it's not, and people are making mistakes.
Yes.
So that's what happened with Sullivan Cromwell. They just, they trusted it when they shouldn't have.
Yes, and nobody caught it. And that shows you that nobody was really ever checking before anyway.
Well, what's fucked up is that like the junior should have caught it, and I think actually the junior got fired ultimately. Is what happened.
Well, I hope so.
But that does seem like a cop out though, because it's like you fire the junior after something like that. It does seem.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like you have the the bottom guy, the brand new associate, pounding this out, and then he's got an associate above him who's already snaked a couple of people to get higher on the partner track ladder. And there's probably there's like multiple teams of people. Like, remember I said this, like for them in emergency motion, 15 people touch.
Well, yeah, at minimum, you've got probably a junior associate, a mid-level associate, a senior associate, a junior partner, and a senior partner, right? Like that, like and minimum five plus paralegals, analysts, that sort of thing.
Well, it's not like you could fire a partner that easy. So they're like, well, I'm safe. I've got tenure, basically.
Yeah.
So, who do you look at? And you're like, well, the grass gets cut no matter what. No, I think those guys.
It's weird, Sean. Everybody seemed to blame the person who's underneath them in the hierarchy.
Yes.
That's weird.
Yes. Oh, shit. What did he get arrested for, Hunch? Did he get arrested for like making bomb material? Because this guy's he's a YouTube channel where he has been showing how to like synthesize RDX or TNT and all these things just like in your garage, and it's like it's legal because he had the licensing for it. So but yeah, I mean that's the problem though.
That does seem like you're going to get arrested sooner or later if that's your business.
If you're legally doing it, it's not a problem. But I'm just saying,
somebody at the bottom you might win, but you're going to get arrested.
Sure. Somebody at the bottom did AI. Okay. What does that mean the guy in the middle did? He didn't check it, or he's like, I'll run it through AI. And AI is like, yeah, it's good. And then what happens at the level above that? Did the mid-level associate who's not yet partner, but he's on partner track. And he's like, I just need to suck one more dick and I'm in the club. And believe it or not, you guys, if you ever watch the show like The Practice, I didn't know this, but I guess like it was kind of like a meme that everybody ended up becoming a partner basically by the end of the show.
That's not how that works.
No, it's not how that works. Like it is literally I have a pie and maybe I'll let you in because you can be ruthless and help me make more pie. But like generally speaking, it's a very like most people don't make it. Not everybody can be partner. If everybody's partner, nobody's partner.
Well, and also it's a pie eating contest where the reward is more pie. Like the thing is like junior partners work crazy hours even compared to like associates because like there's all kinds of weird stuff. Like you have to buy into the partnership, which means that you kind of go into debt to then become a partner.
Yes, and now you have a debt you have to pay off to the part. Like and there's
you got to work like hell for a few. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
It's indentured servitude in these firms.
Now it's highly compensated indentured servitude.
Yes, but I mean, like I wasn't joking though. I mean, you can speak to this. Like, they show on Suits like it's okay. No, those people hate their fucking lives. Like they're not. Harvey Specter being at the office till 10 p.m. every night. Like that's a common thing, but nobody's ever like.
Yeah, I can't attribute this. I can't attribute this quote.
Yeah.
Because attributing it would be. I just can't. Yeah. But it's a funnier story if I attribute it, and if you call me Sean, I'll attribute it for you later.
Okay.
But there was once a famous event at a law firm, and they brought in partners to talk about work-life balance with the new associates. And they brought in the wrong partner, the one who was wearing his honesty hat rather than his let's be nice to the newbies hat. And they asked him, so what do you think about work? Like, what's the key to work-life balance? And he said, in this field, the key to work-life balance is killing the part of yourself that thinks you shouldn't be working.
Yeah. Yeah. So so I was just Googled Kirkland Ellis because it's, a huge place. Their target is 2,000 to 2,100 hours annually to be in good standing and secure bonuses. That's the baseline, though. That's just like you're doing the bare minimum. You want to be seen as like, go-getter Gary, like 2,400 plus hours.
And by the way,
that's
unless you're cheating, you can't bill. Like, if you think about the way you work in a day, right? Let's say you worked an 8-hour shift.
Yes.
You didn't actually work for 8 hours.
No.
You were going to the bathroom. You were talking to your friends. You were like checking your phone. If you're actually principled in the way you do your billing, you probably only got to bill for a portion of that time.
Yes.
Right. So to get to 2,400 hours, you have to cushion in all the non-billable time. Like if Sean has a practice, like if Sean's doing bookkeeping where he's checking who paid their bills and doing invoices, that he can't bill for that.
No.
But he still did the work. Right. So like it's 24 hours of
writing your bill I send to you. I mean, it's like, you got to be like, and that's where I was thinking about your case today while I took a crap.
Exactly. Common Lawyer says it. 2,100 hours is billing 8 hours a day, but to get 8 billed hours, you probably need to work 12 hours.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of non-billable time.
And your client is, and you know what? The clients like Kirkland Ellis has, I ain't fucking paying that. And they'll say, okay. Like, I'm not, you have to eat some of those costs. Like, as a little guy, you eat those costs. But it's on the scale, like 2,200 hours in a year, guys. Chat, if you want to know. That's 183 hours in a month. And divide that by 4 weeks. It sounds like, you're only doing 45 hours. That doesn't sound too bad. Okay.
No.
But you only got
billing 45 means you worked 65.
Yeah. You're working 65, 70. And you are doing, and you're not even getting, and someone else is picking those 20 you build, those 20 you work basically for free. Someone else is getting to claim those.
So for the record, I was at 25 something last year. So that's, so this is, I'm familiar with this game.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, it's crazy, by the way, is the other thing you think about sometimes is I have multiplied my billable rate times the amount I work and compared that to my salary. And it turns out I'm real fucking profitable. Oh boy, am I profitable.
Well, I think I told you, when I worked at the firm, we had to do 250 hours a month.
Yeah.
When doing the oil work. And it's like, you multiply that by 12 and it's like 3,000 hours. And it's like, I was fortunate enough because like I mentioned, I had to drive everywhere to go do all the work because
could you bill for travel?
I was able to, because I'd have to drive like 3 hours to drive halfway across Southern Ohio to go to a courthouse and like do some due diligence stuff. There's no way you could do it otherwise.
Yeah.
And mean, like if I have a 6-hour drive to go make sure you could drill on a pad site, like you have to.
You're billing for that time. No, the reason my hours were high last year is because we had a in the last cycle we had that like 3.5, 4 week trial.
Yeah.
So because for those who don't know, when you're on trial, you routinely bill 16 to 18 plus a day.
Oh yeah.
Because you just wake up and work until you pass out. There's no you don't do anything else.
It's like working on a farm. It's like farm life. Yeah. It's like farm life. Your work, guys welding on a pipeline. Like it's brutal levels of work, but it's brutal levels of work where
for nerds.
It's for nerds, but you're also dealing with people who are trying to stab you every fucking step of the way. People are sabotaging you, but they're only sabotaging you enough where you fuck up, but they can fix it. I mean, the way partner, like, and it's extremely political, regardless if nobody's trying to fuck you. It's extremely political. Are you in with these people? And to get in with these people, well, now you got to go hang out with them after you're done with your billable hours. And after you're done with all that work. So now you have 60 hours a week you just knocked out. Now you have to go like jerk this guy off for 10 hours a week. And it's just layer upon layer upon layer upon layer of things. And you have no life. You might make $300,000 a year, but what do you do?
It's
Yeah.
It's definitely an interesting lifestyle. So
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Clippy. Even when you're at the top, you don't really have a life. Very few of those people do.
no, you work all the time, but that's the joy of the
Yes.
that's why I've got a golden handcuff in my golden handcuff emote in my chat because occasionally, like on Monday, I was like stream canceled, have shit to do.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's a you'd think that my time at 10 o'clock at night would be protected, but it is not.
It's not,
I can sometimes at 10 o'clock at night I've got shit to do.
Yeah, and Patrick's right. It's like work for the railroad. Or these people who they go work on the oil rigs. It's like you have all kinds of money, but you're stuck on the oil rig.
Yeah.
And Clippy, like there are high level partners who get to do whatever they want and have a cool life and have fun and do things. But like the odds of you getting to that point, you're gonna, that a lot of people died climbing that mountain before that guy got to the top. And if you don't make it to the top, you're stuck in hell.
So Uber Cross is thanks for the 20 Uber Cross.
Is he a lawyer?
Yeah, he does family law.
Okay.
So family law is a tough gig. But he's paid 20 to break it down for chat. So in solo practice, if you can get 4.5 hours, you are quote unquote successful and need to hire staff. Your staff can get you to about 6 hours a day for an 8-hour day. You either must work more hours, more days, or get more staff. And what Uber Cross is discussing is what we call in the legal business leverage, right? And this is why AI is so tempting. Because if I can get, in order for me to make money as a practitioner, I would need to bill my time. But if I can hire juniors and pay them and then bill them at a higher rate than I'm paying them, then I can profit off their time, but I can also scale up my work and I can be involved in more cases. So I get more time than if I was doing it myself. Now, AI, even if you're buying like a luxury AI program, is super cheap compared to hiring a paralegal.
Yes.
Super cheap compared to hiring a first year. So that's why it's so tempting, because firms are seeing big fucking dollar signs and saying, holy shit, we can get this, we can scale up this work at a fraction of the cost internally.
Yeah. So let me see here. Harvey, how much is it actually really? I wonder if it shows us how much it costs.
Oh, you're going shopping for a Harvey subscription?
Yeah. Let me see here. Well, Google is saying, just in Google in general, is saying it's like how much a month? A couple thousand a month. Okay. 2,400 a month. Looks like it's out with it's 2,400 with Lexis integration a month.
I'm gonna be honest. At 2,400 a month, that's probably a fucking steal for the people who want to use it.
Oh yeah, for the firms that want to use this, yeah.
That's unbelievable.
It's just like
I have a buddy who's in kind of like the venture capital world.
Yeah,
and he blows a couple grand on AI a month, and he's delighted that he blows a couple grand on AI a month because it means he hasn't had to hire 2 or 3 office staff workers.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like it's just
Yeah, I mean it's tempting, but it's like, oh man, like hey, it's great until it's not, and it's just like when it goes bad, it's going to go really bad.
Well, you got to be real careful with it because it does fuck up. It definitely does fuck up.
Yeah.
Sean, I got a backlog of supers I did not read. Yeah. I can either do it here when we're hanging out. I can also do it after we part ways.
No, we can do both. I got time tonight. So
all right. So if you'll indulge me,
I got a couple too. We'll go like one for one. How about
we'll go one for one. And by the way, this is a backlog, so I hope these people are still here. Psycher Carrick with 5. The breaking of the social contract directly led to Kyle Rittenhouse, and lefties cannot fathom that the Gov should suppress riots to prevent Kyle's. This is an insightful point. There was a real issue there, I thought, where in the BLM era, something's broke and people realized, like, holy shit, like the government is not playing by its own rules. And I don't think we've ever really recovered from that.
Oh no, well, 2020 broke a lot of people in a lot
Yeah,
of
for
different
sure.
ways. Oh yeah, no, but it was. Yeah, and it shocked them that people were like, "No, we're not letting you do this to our neighborhoods." Like people were showing up with guns and like, "No, we're not doing this tonight."
Well,
And
and this is the kind of the theme of the early part of the conversation, right? Where it's like if the government stops enforcing the law in a way that people agree with, people will start taking action.
yeah, yeah, and that was the thing. Like, oh, we're giving you, it's like, well, if you take it away, people will. Yes, if you abdicate that power, people will reclaim it. Fair Frozen for $2 says, I send diagrams like that to engineers daily. Oh, you missed my pen stuff, I think.
I mean, we trust you. We think your diagrams are good.
Joe Schmo says real quick, though, I hear coincidental themes colliding on Sean's channel. Jerry, the gerrymandering and court packing boxes to move. Yes.
You've cracked the code. This is that you are now the king of the sovereign citizens. All you have to do is file that document in court and you'll unlock the trust fund that the government stole from you at your birth and put on your legal personhood.
Yes. Well, the Treaty of Truth and the Treaty of Friendship between the U.S. and the Iroquois tribes in 1783.
Yeah.
That's the bigger one.
So oh my God, I have no idea. The amateur iconoclast.
Iconoclast.
The amateur iconoclast. Thanks for gifting a membership. And JB from Texas, thank you as well. Your appreciation is appreciated. Thank you for turning the chat green, and thank you for granting your emotes to the peons who now owe you everything. Lord it over them while you can.
Okay, Tejas LeBear. Better remember 3 months. Thank you. Says the AUC defending cocaine against communist taxation. I mean, to be fair, the FARC was defending their cocaine against right-wing taxation as well. I don't know if you're familiar with that. In Colombia, you had the FARC, which are the communists, and you had the Auto Unions Defense Group, and they were a bunch of right-wing guys, and they're basically armed thugs, just basically going after each other.
Is that not the system of rule of law you want, Sean?
Yes. Well, and then you had the government, which was kind of like off to the side here. And they're like, what the fuck is going on? And then at the bottom, you had the cartels. So it's like a four-way thing. And then after a while with the cartels, the government, the AUC, and the FARC, you had Los Pepes, which was an actual group. And those were the people who basically became a vigilante group that just started attacking the cartel. In the meantime, everybody else is fighting each other. And then Los Pepes come in, and they likely had support from the government, and then also the Americans. I mean, that may or not have been true. And it just, it turns into a disaster. I don't want that. I don't want that.
You're making it sound like a One Piece plot, like they're all pirates, and the world government shows up.
Well, I mean, Narcos is actually a pretty good depiction of what happened to Escobar. So.
Psycher Carrig with the 5. I don't think the Democrats have legitimately held the House for decades. All tricks and smokescreens, artificial inflation, and gerrymandering. Well, I will say this. If you think Justice Thomas and Justice Gorsuch were right and that the VRA never applied to gerrymandering, then by definition, this is true. Because that was the stranglehold on Democratic seats in the South was because of that ruling and almost nothing else.
Yes. And then Chugi Show says, what would be an example of a fairly drawn district map? I guess what makes it fair? I don't know. I mean, there's whatever you can get enough people to agree on is fair. I mean, that's a problem. It's a concept of what's fair. Well, fair is different for a lot of people.
This is why the court has said that it's not going to rule that partisan gerrymandering is illegal, because there's no standard. There's no, it's just kind of like a gut check at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's what's fair to the guy swimming in the ocean is not, the shark thinks something's fair and the guy getting eaten thinks something else is fair. So,
yeah. Psycher Carrick with another 5. So generous. The Boogaloo almost happened because Floyd OD'd on fentanyl, and then miraculously Kyle Rittenhouse actually snapped us out of it. could have easily gone the other way. Oh, this is related to his previous donation. Thank you, my friend. Yeah. I mean, look, I think that like there is a deep fault line, and this is, you know, like the fault line was exposed by the BLM riots because it, you know, like if your instinct was, oh, that's a riot, you should shut that down, versus your instinct was, oh, they're rioting to remedy past injustice, you should let them keep rioting. You have a very different view of the world, right? You know, like it's hard to reconcile those.
Yeah, no, it is a very vastly. Hold on here.
Oh shit! Living in Stubbs Walls temporarily with the $2. Thank you. While we're here, make bidets a positive right. Sean, you said you enjoyed shitting in a bidet. Do you think the bidet should be a positive right? The government, the government should hand out bidets to the people.
Everybody should have one,
like a communist utopia, but just about bidets.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Like, you know, I mean, I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem, you know, getting clean asses. Like, I see very little societal downside to that.
Okay.
Very little downside.
So you heard it here first. Sean is a shit commie. He's specifically a shit commie. That's where Sean's communism kicks in.
Yes. I can't even do it like Huey Long would do it. A chicken in every pot in the car. I don't know how that would work for days, but sure. That's my style of socialism. You know, like kingfish. Dr. Nick's been a member for 27 months. Says, hashtag make DC square again. Yes. Take Fairfax County back.
Yeah. Fuck DC.
Yes.
Living in Stubbs Walls also contributes with $2. No gerrymandering. Sexist.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. You know, I do think there is a deep sexism in gerrymandering.
Yeah. Well, technically, though, Jerry is a female name, though, too.
Did you see that?
Oh, what's her name? Sporty Spice. No, is it Sporty Spice? Ginger Spice. Her name's Jerry. So.
Her name's Jerry?
Yeah, Jerry Hallwell. Yeah, she was dating Christian Horner, the team principal for Red Bull in Formula One. Yes. Did
you see the Babylon Bee headline with gerrymandering?
No.
It's Justice Jackson is whispering to Justice Thomas, and she goes, "Is it too late to ask who gerrymandering is?"
It's you know, the funny thing is it's not funny because it could be real.
It was so good.
Yes. Real quick, EDW Raptor says then, can we stop to appreciate the title page of this filing? They didn't change the template this time. Yeah, apparently they when the Virginia tried to appeal to SCOTUS, they kind of messed up with some of that. So it was kind of funny.
That's a little embarrassing.
Yeah.
Jason Mulgren points out that Fuentes versus Crowder part 2 this morning was so frustrating. I have not watched it, but
I don't know why you'd want to watch it.
Because it's so frustrating.
Yeah, there's nothing I'd want to.
I mean, I have to imagine that was Crowder being like, "Hey, why don't you not give the power to communists?" And Fuentes being like, "I so badly want to give the power to communists."
Mm-hmm.
For reasons. And
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I think it could. I think it could. I don't know. I give up on them. Steven Crowder's a goober in his own right. That's why a lot of these on the online right are just awful people. Malcolm Cohn's been a member for 25 months, says the only base form of welfare out there. Yes, everybody gets a machine gun. Yes.
Well, that might have been meme warfare, is what you might have been referring to.
And
everyone gets a Pepe fraud.
Yes. Nero says minimum wage is an infringement of my right to association. It is. Yeah. Your right to contract.
Your right to contract, your right to association. And by the way, like, did you even receive a handgun in the mail when you turned 15?
Yeah.
You know, these are positive rights.
Yes. Although it's funny because the communists, they have bread tube, and it's like Lochner was about making bread. You thought they'd be all about it, but
Yeah.
apparently they don't like it.
Yeah, we got to return to Lochner's due process.
Yes.
Oh, so Hassan has said, Psycher Kara with 2, thank you. Hassan has said worse than Destiny has, and he's almost mainstream. He's getting closer and closer to mainstream.
But he's kind of stepping all over his dick every chance he gets, though, too.
Well, the thing is, like, Destiny's a retard, but he's not a retard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hassan's like an actual retard.
Well, Hassan's probably Turkish.
I mean, he's probably a fucking commie, but like
yes.
he just says dumb shit all the time.
Yes,
right?
He does. He's literally a fucking moron. And if he didn't have Cenk Uygur as his uncle, he would just be a fucking dipshit. With his mom making him chicken tendies. Although I do think the meme is appropriate. The funniest thing is when Hassan's screaming, "We need to kill landlords," and then we find out like a week later his mom worked for a property management company, and it's like.
Well, also, I mean, these are just funny things about communists, right? Where he's like, "We should kill landlords," and it's like, motherfucker, you put your money into a multi-million-dollar mansion.
Yeah.
Are you saying that if you instead chose to buy a modest home and invest in a rental property and rent it to people at a good rate so they can have good lives and you can make some money, that you'd be somehow more of a moral monster than by clogging the housing market and buying a multi-million-dollar mansion just for you? Like, that's better? Like, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, and I just, and I think at one point my dad pointed this out to me and I was a kid. I was like, I think I was getting ready to go to college. I said something about people who are rich, and he's like, I forget when it was, but he said, like, how much do you make this year, working your jobs and all that? And I said, like, I forget I said how much. Well, a guy who makes $5,000 thinks you're rich. I'm like, you think the guy who's making, I remember that, like, when I was in college, like, wait, I can make like $40,000 a year? Like, God, that sounds awesome. I'll be like, do whatever I want. And you're like, oh, wait, that's not so good. And then when you're making 40 grand, you're like, oh, wait, this really isn't that much. I need to make more.
It's all about your lifestyle, though. I'll say, like, when I was teaching in New York City, and like I was making a teacher salary. Teacher salary is what it is. Now, New York has a very good salary base for teachers, but New York's also very expensive.
Yeah.
But I was living in this shitty neighborhood. It was super cheap where I lived because I chose to live in a shitty neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I thought I had all the fucking money in the world because I had no responsibilities.
Yes.
I wasn't married. didn't have any kids. I didn't pay for any. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was just
So
fucking buying burritos.
I have a question for you, though. When you were teaching, did you feel like you were like, I'm going to be like the Ron Clark story? Or did you ever feel like you were going to be the, like you got your kids and your kids are like a bunch of losers and nobody likes them. And you're going to be like, I'm going to be like it's going to be like Freedom Riders here. And I'm going to teach these kids not to be complete fucking sacks of shit. And they're going to make a movie about me. Were you ever like that? You're like, oh no, these kids are.
I don't know, man. I was.
Did you ever think that was going to happen for you?
I was in Teach for America, man. I was like very, very. I was very like I'm in it for the cause. Like,
well, I know, but did you kind of think that was going to be you? You're going to be like, we're gonna, I'm going to get this.
I thought I was going to do some like Patch Adams shit, and like they were going to stand on desks and like give me speech. Yeah,
I thought Patch Adams was the doctor.
Oh no, yeah, Patch Adams is the doctor.
I said, well, you know who Ron? If you're doing Teach for Me, you know who Ron Clark is, right? The educator. Yeah.
Yeah. But wait, what's the movie with Robin Williams where they stand on desks? Dead Poet Society. Yeah, the Dead Poet Society.
Captain, my captain.
Yeah, I was like pretty jazzed about it. I'm not gonna lie.
Michelle Pfeiffer.
I was a pretty good teacher. Ryan was Michelle Pfeiffer. Fuck off, Zero Fucks. I like how you go to Sean's stream. Like, he's multi-boxing our stream so he can talk shit about in your stream so you can pull it up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Zero Fucks. I appreciate that.
Oh, Brimstone saying, at 18 years old, I got a job at a shop making the same as one of my friend's dads who've been working there for 24 years. Whoa.
Ouch.
That's bleak for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Philip Coggins with a 5. Thanks, buddy. Like Graham Plattner and his tattoo, which will never stop being funny.
Yes.
I'm not the one on video mouth hugging Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
Look.
Although that's not clear, it's Nick Fuentes. We don't know for sure.
Yeah, we're not sure. It's just what's that Elon Musk line? Like, the funniest outcome will always turn out to be true.
Yes.
Like, I can't prove it. I'm just saying it's the funniest outcome.
Yeah, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Revolutionaries prove they can break a system. A new system can't have that around. Yes. Basic natural law of survival. Yes. And that's why the people who foster revolution are now a threat to being consistently in the revolution. Yes. That's why there's always a purge.
Yeah. And also why, maybe it was a
See
mistake.
Leon Trotsky.
Yeah. Maybe it was a mistake to let communists complete the long march through our institutions.
Yes.
Just maybe.
Yes.
Taylor with the 5. If early voting months before an election is a reason to not correct a racist map, then it's one more reason to ban early voting. That's an interesting point. Like, if we're going to talk about confusion caused by voting that spans like a 3-month period, maybe one solution is to have everybody vote on the same day. Does reduce the chaos.
Or down to like a week.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'm not opposed to like a voting week, but 6 months of like early vote. Like, I remember the first time I was in law school and I was in Toledo and I drove to like my internship in Toledo in downtown. I drove by the Board of Elections at early voting center and I'm like, what the fuck is an early voting center? Like, I didn't know what it was. Like, I'm like, you put your fucking shoes on and you go vote. Or like if you're sick in the hospital, you get an absentee ballot. But there was never like an early voting center, and I'm like I actually I had to ask one of the prosecutors I was working with. I was like, "What's an early voting center?" And he kind of looked at me and he's like, "Oh, I have to tell you." He's like, "Apparently, we need to let people vote 3 months in advance." Yeah. And I'm like, "Why?" He's like,
"No one knows."
He's like, "I'm not getting fired to explain this to you."
Well,
he said, and I'm like, fair enough.
Here's the thing about this move to endlessly expand suffrage and endlessly make it easier for people to vote.
Yeah.
When you make the voting population dumber, your politics becomes dumber. And our politics has gotten pretty dumb.
Oh yeah, we're stupid.
So, like that's one side effect of like having like this like endless everybody, like let's make sure everyone's voting. It's like maybe guys we should make it a little harder to vote. Just a little harder to vote. Oh, hey, Bizarka with the 2. I did not see your other super chat. I think it did disappear. This one did come through. I'm sorry your other chat didn't disappear. I'm sure it was based as hell, but I have no idea what it said, so I can't read it. But if YouTube ate your chat, that's a bummer. I hope it gave me your money, but that's just because I'm selfish.
Well, see, guys, you come to my channel, you don't get that kind of. Everybody gets. I take care of everybody. All your chats are.
I didn't eat his chat. It disappeared.
Okay.
I would have.
Okay, yeah, I didn't do it.
I'm not the algorithm, Sean. Don't blame me.
He's blaming you. He's blaming YouTube chat. He's getting the hang of this. It's like blame Susan Wojcicki. It's not my fault.
Oh shit! The algorithm did it. You better fucking oil me up again.
All right. So here, let's see. EDW says, "I wonder how Harvey handled the input with Justice Jackson. Did it IQ drop a little? It burned a lot of RAM processing KVJs."
Yeah, that's where where Bronca has the chirp. That's Harvey. That's Harvey suffering.
They almost had a meltdown. They had to haul in extra water. They were running super cooled helium through it.
Yeah.
Sam
Josh, member for 3 months. Oh, so this is a complimentary message. Keep up the great work, Ryan. Your voice and analysis is needed. See, look at that. That warms my little cockles after Sean was accusing me of being a grifter just moments ago. Yes. This is how it's done, Sam Josh. Well done. Well done, Sam Josh. See, Sean?
Yeah.
I hope you've learned your lesson.
Oh, yeah, I totally have learned. Jefferson Post says for the dissent, we demand segregated districts. Pretty much.
Look,
he wants to be racist.
We demand it. It's critical.
Yes.
And Jefferson Post on my side. By the way, Jefferson, that's based as hell. Splashing the pot on both sides. Based. Gifted a membership and also writes, and thank you for the membership, by the way. Attorney AI systems can have privilege issues. Big true.
Yes.
Big true. If you're going to use an AI system as an attorney, the first question you should ask is, am I violating attorney-client privilege by putting this data into this system? And there's smarter and dumber ways to answer that question, but it's the first question you should ask.
Well, that's one of them, but the first one is like, is my malpractice carrier okay with this? And that's one of the questions they're going to ask you is there confidentiality? And the problem is the company that's giving this to you is going to have to say no, because technically you're not getting like an untouchable license. They're going to have, like, they're not going to give you the source code. They're still going to retain all of that. And if somebody's got access to all that stuff, I don't think you do.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's going to be some developments in this area. Because, like, for example, one of the products they're rolling out is like, instead of having an AI bot that's like, you basically just log in and feed stuff into it, like I would with Grok or ChatGPT. They're like, you buy like a $25,000 computer, like a really heavy computer, and then we'll put the AI on that computer, and then it sits in your office, right? It's not like we trained it, but now it's like in your office, and it doesn't access materials other than what you feed into it. That way, because one of the concerns.
What happens when I don't pay the bill? You come back and take it.
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's what I'm worried about. Like,
yeah, but it's tricky, right? Because there's some stuff where you do violate attorney-client privilege.
Yeah.
By using like a public, like if you used
Claude, like you work out of the SDNY. That guy the judge said that's, Anthropic has access to it. It's all part of the learning machine.
But on the flip side, if you message a client on WhatsApp, that's probably still protected.
Well, I think there's also common presumptions of protection there. And it's like the same way if I text my client. Yes, technically a text message is unencrypted and you can intercept these. You can intercept phone calls out there in the world, but that's generally not considered something you people can do. And you have expectations of privacy. When somebody else can read, like, is actively reading this and it's being used for that, I think that's a problem. Well, now you might say, well, if you send out emails, those are all examples of it. Or if you use Gmail, Google reads all the emails.
They do.
Yeah, but it's, like, I don't think anybody's, I don't know. Anyways.
But that's why these self-contained models are interesting, because the question is like, what steps do you need to take before you get the reasonable expectation of privacy? Like how stringent do you need to be?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, like I said, let's say I'm a law firm and I don't pay my bill, and the company comes in and seizes the AI machine. What happens to all that data?
Yeah, and are they required to scrub it? Like, what's the contract say?
I mean, technically, let's say I want it, though. I'm not giving it to you till you pay me. Like, now that creates a bunch of client issues. Like, that's like almost like you're storing like your client files in a storage unit and then they get held. Like, is that malpractice?
Now, on the bright side, if you can't pay your AI bill, probably your malpractice issues are the least of your concerns.
Yes, that's true.
Ubercross says that he uses Vincent AI through VLEX, partnered with Clio, $500 a month, and have had zero hallucinations. Very good research tool. I've actually not even heard of that one.
I didn't know Clio had it, but
Thank you for being a member for 3 months.
When I get back to practicing down in Florida, I will investigate that.
I mean,
but in the meantime, I can't pay $500 a month on something I can't use.
Well, that would be a bad investment. Yeah.
Yes.
Sean's like, look, if it's $500 a month to do law, I can't pay that. But is there like $1,000 a month version that I could get that just allows me to troll Justice Jackson a little harder? Like, I'm looking for an AI that just makes jokes about Justice Jackson.
Yes. How racist can we make it? Yes.
That's what Sean's in the market for.
Yes. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Afton Ford for 5 subs. Thank you, Afton, so much for your support and your generosity. Hope you're doing well out there.
Ooh, nice splash in the pot. Well played.
Yes.
Jefferson C. Post points out for $2. Thank you, my buddy, for a friend. Many bidets require a new 20 amp circuit to be run. Sean, does your bidet require a 20 amp circuit?
No. No, I mean we have the one where you attach the seat to it and it plugs into the wall. I mean, like, but it works.
Not like a Flintstone thing where you got a pedal to shoot water up your ass.
No, and I don't have like one of the Japanese toilets where it's like, "Thank you, Mr. Shan-san, for pooping in me." It doesn't talk to me. Yes. Domo arigato.
Well, Sean, you're moving to Florida. You're living your best life.
Yeah.
Surely you could get the Japanese poop toilet.
I don't want it talking to me while I'm taking a shit. I don't want that.
You don't want it whispering.
No, and it's much like I've said this story before.
Sean, you can do it.
Yeah,
You can do it.
you're pushing too hard. You're pushing too hard. No, but it's like at the time when I was married, my nephew at the time, he was like he had just gotten to the point of like he was potty trained, but like I'm standing there and he's like, "Hey, Uncle Sean, can you help me with something?" I was like, "Okay, what's wrong?" And he walks into the bathroom and he leans over. He's like, "I need you to wipe my ass for me." He's about to pull his pants down. I was like, "Okay, no, stop. And I go walk out and I tell my sister all the time, like, "You need to go take care of that."
Yeah,
And she's like, "Well, what? You changed his diapers before?" I'm like, "Yeah, but it's a little different when it's like, hey, Uncle Sean, what do you think of the Indians game today?" Like, no, I'm not talking. Like, I'm not talking to you. Like, if I can wipe your ass, you cannot be able to talk to me.
Yeah, you can't make eye contact and talk about the Indians. That's
Well, but yeah, that's it.
we're drawing lines.
Yeah, I have a line I drew, and I was like, we're not doing that. Oh. T-Rex Travel says, "Whoa, buddy. I forgot there's real old politics going on with all the gay ops and drama shit happening." I know. But you know what? It's real to us, and that's what matters.
I mean, look, Shaw, like every channel has their coverage zones. My coverage zone is law, politics, and American philosophy. Sean's coverage zone is law, politics, and gay ops drama. So yeah, and this is the intersection of our Venn diagrams.
Yes.
Yes. Sometimes you got to do the gay ops drama, Sean.
Yes. I take it good says, actually, just so you know, Sean, Mr. and San, Sean are redundant to each other. Thank you. I really needed to know that. Thank you.
I like how his avatar says "fuck you," which is probably the only response to that. Old school tooth 93 for $2. Thank you. Instead of gerrymandering, what about Jerry Seinfelding? Thoughts? I mean, people couldn't get mad about it if you were Jerry Seinfelding. Maybe what we should do? We should take a page from the left and just rebrand it. We're like, look, we're not gerrymandering. We're creating equal opportunity districts.
This is political realignment.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling them equal. Yeah, we did a political realignment, and now we produced a bunch of equal opportunity districts.
We just call them opportunity districts. Yeah, it's an opportunity.
Yeah, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for Democrats to lose their votes. That's the opportunity. Yeah.
Oh God, that's funny. Jefferson Post says, "This is what the oranges are for. Suck it, Democrats."
Well played, Jefferson. Well played.
You know what the oranges are for, Ryan?
God, do I want to?
Yeah. Yes, it's not actually bad.
Okay.
So I'll send it to you afterwards. We're not going to do meme education tonight.
It's a deep well. It's a deep well. Mostly peaceful Polynesian with the $5. You think Rubio and Vance are going to run on the same ticket? I'm a Rubio guy, but feel like Vance kills the vibes and ties criticism from Trump. I think that's like a very, very interesting question. Rubio said he wouldn't run if Vance was running.
Oh God, I'd want them on a ticket together. That would be so. That's my dream right now.
I do feel like
8 years of JD Vance, and then 8 years of Marco Rubio. Oh my gosh, we really are living in a golden age.
That does feel like a very strong ticket. It does feel like
that is because that is straight fire.
People are remembering like VP Vance because like VPs. Let's be honest. When you're VP, your job is to eat shit all the time.
But he didn't. He was out there fucking slinging.
Yeah, but on the campaign trail, that dude's.
Yeah, he's an Ohio man. He's an Ohio man. And little Marco's grown up into a man. We're so proud of him as a people.
I mean, little Marco is now like in charge of multiple agencies and Venezuela.
Yes.
So well
Little
done.
Marco makes the world quake.
Yeah, little Marco.
They see him as the rational person in this administration. It's the funny part.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll find a way to complain.
The one person I'm sad didn't really get to do what they probably could have helped with is the Zodiac killer. Ted Cruz really would have been best if he could have. He did his part, but I think there could have been so much more use for him.
I mean, honestly, if Ro Khanna doesn't shut the fuck up about packing the Supreme Court, enjoy Justice Cruz.
Oh, I like that.
Justice
Cruz.
I
like that. Yes, turn him loose.
He's a Supreme Court clerk. He's qualified. He's a Justice Cruz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Enjoy that, you motherfucker.
Yes,
you want to talk about court packing? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you're sending the fucking SSRI guy into the Walmart with a rifle. You're like, go play.
Yeah. Oh, you like? Oh, we're court packing. Like that's what's hot in the streets. Like Justice Cruz and Justice DeSantis.
Yeah. Enjoy. You thought we kept talking about Judge Ho or Judge Kethledge. No, Mike Lee, Supreme Court Justice Mike Lee, or Supreme Court Justice Sean Martin. Oh yeah.
What's the Kraken bitch's name?
Oh, Sidney Powell. Yeah. Oh,
Justice Powell. The reason why we're memeing this way is because once you start court packing, that's actually how it goes, right? It's like, oh shit, they packed 4 seats with sycophants. Well, now it's our turn. We got to find some sycophants to put on there. That Kraken bitch is probably the way to go. Where's Justice Kraken bitch?
Yeah, no, that becomes a problem. And you end up with the Indian Supreme Court where you have 34 judges.
34. That's rookie shit. I want a Supreme Court with 11,000 members.
It's a lot less than I thought they'd have, but that's still a lot. They're going to increase it to 38, although they must retire by 65.
Oh shit! Zero Fucks has cracked the code. Chief Justice Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh, is he got a law degree?
No. But it's amazing, Sean. It's amazing.
Yes, what have M-word towers at SCOTUS?
Did you want to? I mean, I talk shit about Destiny, but in terms of great content, the early Destiny interviewed by Jesse Lee Peterson content is some of the best.
Destiny's good name. Yes. We our side of this world, we are familiar with that, don't you?
Oh my God, that was some of the best content that's ever dropped. It's like, oh, so you're a liberal? When did you decide to stop being a man and become a liberal?
Well, I just still like the Destiny's a girl's name. It's like, yes, thank you.
It's like it's unbelievable. Like it's peak internet content. Jesse Lee Peterson might
be. You're right. It doesn't matter. Chief, Associate Justice Alex Jones.
Fuck it.
Associate Justice Alex Emmerich Jones. Yep.
Fuck it. Associate Justice Stabby McWood. Like when you've got 900 members on the Supreme Court,
we'll just keep adding McWood a seat. We'll just every day we'll add a new one until you ask us to stop. And then what do you think that court's going to do when you try to say something? Nope, denied. Nope, denied. Nope, denied.
Yeah, sorry. The pillow said no. Justice Mike Lee ruled on the basis of the pillow.
Oh, that's Mike Lindell, not Mike Lee.
Okay. Well, hey, fuck it. Let's get Mike Lindell's.
Actually, you know what? Yeah. We'll really make Justice Dankula. Count Dankula will become a justice.
Yeah, Count Dankula. So Bizarka, now that his generous donations are no longer being eaten by the algorithm for $10, Congress should be required to engage with Supreme Court rulings either by affirming or adjusting laws accordingly. Anything else seems like an abdication of Congress's role in crafting laws. So what do you mean by that? Like if Congress passes a law and the Supreme Court strikes it or narrows it, what do you think Congress should be required to do at that point? Because the law is already changed, right?
Yeah.
So like if Congress passes a law and the court strikes out Part C, Part A and B are still good, Part C is dead. If they say the whole thing's unconstitutional, it's dead. I'm not sure what you want them to do beyond that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I follow. Though I appreciate the generous 10. So you've greased the wheels. I'm inclined to agree with you, but I'm not sure I follow.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I just don't know how the math works. Taylor TC for $5 says early voting months before an election is a reason not to correct a racist map. That's one more reason to ban early voting. I think you said this to Ryan, but yes, I agree. It's a
And
pretty compelling argument.
It's even more compelling because you splashed the pot on both channels.
You did, yes.
Yeah,
you greased the wheels, really.
Speaking of which, I've run dry, so you can feel free to run yours straight.
All right, we're gonna just. This is what a real channel looks like. Stephen Cooper,
fucking big dog, big dog in me, Sean.
Fucking pocket watching me, man. Here we go. Put on my fucking chain.
Oh shit! You
Make out of my goblet. Like
you gotta get Sean a chain.
Yes. T-Rex Travels for $4.99 says at this point they might as well cite Plessy versus Ferguson. Yeah, they like stare decisis until like what about Korematsu? What about stare decisis cannot be a suicide pact.
You can't overturn my Plessy.
Yeah. Jefferson Post says old standard could require a caliphate district. Yeah, it could. Up in Michigan, you're going to get, you have Rashida Tlaib. So, yeah, there you go.
Hey, don't knock the caliphate district, Jefferson, you racist.
Yes. Jefferson Post says any ruling could be argued to cause confusion. Well, yes, that's true as well with Art Society. And the Chapingro for $5. Was it Chapingro or Chapingro?
I say Chapingro, but that's just my gloss. Okay.
Or the Chapingro.
Look at Chapingro he's getting around. He's
5 subs.
Leaving my channel, boosting your channel. Look at that. Chapingro, supporter of all things law.
Yes. Oh, and somebody here mentioned something about I'm gonna get governor acted. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be out of town before any of that happens. So no. Joke's on you.
He's fleeing the state.
Yes. I'm hopping the last helicopter out. Keopathic says, get the Supreme Operating Magic. Yeah, Justice 8-Ball. I like that. That would be good.
It's a system. Might be preferable to court packing.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's what I really don't think that's what they want.
Chapingro. Wait, it's Chapingro? Not Chapingro? No, no way it's Chapingro. Chapingro?
But where's the R then? Because is the R silent?
No, is it Chapingro?
Like row, like okay, like rowing or like fish eggs. Okay, row. Okay.
I mean, I have never said Chapingro one time. I said Chapingro the whole time. Oh no, he made it worse. He didn't mean to do that, but now we can call him Chapingro because he's asked for it. Chapingro.
Well, there's somebody in my channel. He shows up all the time. It's the content lasagna. So is it like lasagna that's like a lasagna made out of content, or is it a lasagna that's content?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I don't know. And I ask, and I don't know that. Like it's a pondering answer.
Taylor, I guess he felt guilty that I ran out. Splashed another 5 with a really base take. Have another. All laws should sunset after 6 through 10 years. Cuts out the bad by default and would allow for more creative solutions of law. I like this. I
think so. It keeps Congress occupied too. I think it keeps the government occupied.
Yeah, and also it just prevents the glut of laws. I think sunset provisions are a real great thing. Make Congress re-up it.
Then we would get judges saying, "Well, no, you can't let that law expire. It's like the TPS. Well, no, you can't just let it expire. But what? No, you have to keep it in place."
Yeah, you legislature are violating the Constitution if you let that law expire.
Ow, you did nothing. Like,
don't worry about it. We packed the court.
Yes. Oh, what's it? Oh, somebody just sent me some stuff on Twitter. Oh, Ethan Klein talks about suing iDubbbz. Well, that's funny. But because it's basing off of what Destiny said, but he's not going to go after Destiny. I think that's because him and Destiny have reached an accord. Neither of them would ever admit to that, but I think they have some sort of détente right now.
They've got a ceasefire.
Well, I think so. Because while Ethan Klein is burning money to go after these Hassan Piker orbiters, I don't think Ethan Klein has enough money to go fight a multi-front war right now. like
I
that
mean,
because Destiny would have all kind of money there.
I kind of wonder what the return on investment is, right? Like, because Ethan's making a fuck ton of content on that.
Yeah, but I don't like. I mean, his company TEI Entertainment, they make their money off of other things too. Like he is, and the bigger thing right now is he's suing Apple, Meta, OpenAI because they're using his content and the other content his company makes to train their AI, and he's suing them for DMCA stuff. Like there's a whole because when I was looking for the whole Reddit subpoena case they had up in the Northern District, there's like a million cases that Ethan Klein's going after Silicon Valley.
Interesting.
And it's funny because it's like you ever seen the James Bond movie with Christopher Walken?
That's fucking big game hunting, by the way. Like if you think Ethan Klein has money to burn on lawyers, wait till you see what they burn on lawyers.
Oh yeah, they'll that's a rounding error for them.
They don't give a fuck. They'll drown you.
Yeah, and that's not even them trying. But have you ever seen that? Do you ever watch James Bond movies?
Yeah.
You know, View to Kill, that's where Christopher Walken was the bad guy.
Yes.
Yeah, he was trying to kill Silicon Valley, and it's like Lex Luthor is trying to kill Silicon Valley, and I'm like, I'm okay with this. Let's see where this one goes.
we'll let it play out. Let's let it play out.
Let's see where it goes. The Jewish Death Star is approaching. Yeah. James Reese says Destiny's a Jew. Ethan, Destiny's not Jewish.
Destiny wishes
Ethan is very much.
Destiny wishes he was Jewish.
Yes. Did I comment on how fake and gay the lawsuit against the court ordering is? I mean, I said it, and then the attorney started spurging out on me on Twitter. But no, I think that's fake. I reached out to Worski. I'm like, the guy listed you as a party. Have you retained him? Because like this guy's trying to do a class action against YouTube, and I'm like, that's not going to go anywhere because you're suing Google at the end of the day, and Google is going to fucking bury you with attorneys. You know, it's like anybody who tries YouTube gets buried. Like you're not going to get anything. You know, people getting removed or getting struck. None of that's ever something you're going to be able to sue for. So, yes, Ethan Klein starts dropping people out of a blimp. You remember that movie too. So,
classic.
Yeah. Well, Ryan, it is 12:40. How are you doing?
Past my bedtime.
It's past my bedtime too, but yeah, thank you for being here. Sorry for the late notice. I was like, we're doing the gerrymandering shit. I'm like, oh, you might like this.
Yeah, no, happy to do it. I was gonna respond to Destiny's bullshit takes, but the stream has been taken down, so I will have to wait and see if I'll have to wait and see if they decide to package it as a highlight or if they are properly shamed about how fucking stupid he was, and they never put it back up on the internet. But I think they might use it as a highlight because in an unbelievable bit of content before that, he went on Brian Shapiro's radio show, which, as you can imagine, is just unfucking bearable.
I'm not gonna lie, that's actually a fucking letdown for like Destiny. You have like you going to Brian Shapiro. I don't think is unless you're doing that to help him out. Like I don't see that as you actually. Like that's actually a step down for you.
No, that's him platforming Shapiro, not the other way around.
Yeah, I mean, like, because I was gonna say, like, he's such a fucking pudwhack, though.
Oh, is it in his stream VODs? All right, if it's in his stream VODs, then I can talk shit about it tomorrow.
Yes, I have no models to build right now. I know I don't, and it's tough because I'm like, fuck, what do I do? It's like I have a lot of spare time right now.
When's the move?
It's so 2.0 gets home on Friday. She's down there doing work right now. Like her employer was like, we need you this week. And that turned into last week. And they're like, we need you here for this week also. So she comes home on Friday. The movers, and that's, let me see the calendar here. Okay. So she comes home on the 15th. I also get my haircut on the 15th. She comes home on the 22nd. The movers come. That's D-Day. They're loaded all up and getting the fuck out of here.
Okay.
The 25th, so 2.0 is going down, I think, either that day or the 23rd. And it's going to take them 2 days. The movers aren't expected till Wednesday or Thursday, the 26th or 7th.
Mm-hmm.
And then 2.0 is already going to be down there. So tomorrow is closing. I think we get possession on the 26th. of where we're going. So I'm here that whole week in May because I still got shit to do. I've been trying to get things done, and I've gotten rid of like almost everything I have. But like, there's a couple things I have where I've been appointed on things, and the court's like, "Yeah, I don't really want to I don't want to reinvent the wheel. You're gonna have to stay here for this, buddy." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess it's only like Monday the 1st." Then it turned into Monday the 2nd. I've got some things now. And I'm actually going to be here till like the 5th at like 9:30 in the morning. And then I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah. At a certain point, you got to pull the trigger and just
No,
like,
I told him I've actually boxed it. I got rid of everything else. And like, I'm just not going to be, I can't, like, I'm not going to leave on a shitty note. Like, I can't be a big faggot here. That's just not good. I'm like, because with my luck, I'll be back here, and Florida gets wiped out by your hurricane, and I have to come back, and I'm like, I'm not going to be known as a big faggot. But also, that gives me some time to actually like get some stuff sorted out. So I might be able to do the things on the 5th by video. So I'm probably going to be able to leave on the 3rd or the 4th, but I don't know yet.
Yeah, man. And then you're driving down with all your shit, or like,
yeah, well, I'm driving.
Are you chasing the movers?
No, well, the movers are already going to be long gone.
Yeah,
so.
Okay.
Because like I said, they're going to get there the 26th.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
So like I'm probably getting there by June 6th, worst case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be fun. But like
that'll be sick.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to travel. Like they're not moving the guns. I gotta move the guns. So like I gotta get them out of the safe, and then like having a house that's getting emptied out is a great target to hit, especially based on the way my clients tell me about it. So I've got to move the guns to a friend's house that are gonna sit. And then, like, when it's time to go, I got to load them all up. Probably the desktop here is going to get loaded up. And,
Sean, I feel like people don't have enough context for this story. Could you tell them your exact address and the exact address you're moving to?
Yes. I'll tell you everything except the defense posture. You're going to have to pay to find that one out. And by pay, you're going to have to pay with your life.
Yeah.
Not 3 carloads of guns, but no, it's... It'll be a couple. I mean, the neat thing is I could drive all the way from Ohio all the way to Florida without needing a concealed carry license. And none of my guns are illegal anywhere I go. So I can just drive anywhere I need to get to.
Okay. You didn't have to plan a detour for gun licensing reasons?
Nope. I mean, really, I mean, when you want to like, if I was going through New Jersey or Virginia, like New Jersey, yes, but otherwise, no. And, this is a map. Well, for you, Ryan, this is like you're gonna have a little bit of a rough time here. But and I think this is a little different. This is a little bit of a different map for you, but here, buddy. But this is actually kind of a fun map to see if you've never actually had to contemplate this. Actually, wait, this is not the right one. Where's the 2024 map? Oh yeah, here you go. This is roughly everywhere I can go without a permit. And it's like, you're like, wait, this happens in places? Yes, you can kind of do whatever you want. So like I can drive, and actually I even think North Carolina now is red because it's been 2 years, but like, yeah, I could basically just boop, 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 boop. Although you can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, you got a system.
Yeah. Somebody says, who's moving my anvil and stuff? They will move it for me. I got to get it here. And my dad's sitting like he came over. My parents came over this weekend to help with some things. My dad's like, well, he's like, I tried I'm like, why'd you try picking it up? Like, it's 150 fucking pounds. He's like, are you okay if I like take it and put it in the like, because he's got one of those little like Kubota tractors. And I'm like, it's a fucking anvil, Dad. Like, yeah, shove that bitch in the bucket of your anvil. Like, he's like, what if I drop it? I'm like, it's an anvil. I'm pretty sure it's gonna hurt. Whatever you drop it on it's gonna hurt more than it.
Yeah, you're not gonna break the goddamn anvil.
No, but I told him like, look, it's an anvil I bought for $150, way underpriced, and this was in the I bought in 2015 for $150 when anvils were going for like $6 a pound. And the only reason why I got $150 for it, paid $150 for it, is because it sat in a junkyard for like 25 years and basically had rusted away on one side and corroded off. So it's not a very good quality anvil. It's something I could beat on, and I don't use it enough that I can outclass it. Eventually, maybe I can. But I will get it here. They'll load it up. They'll take my forge down. I'm cutting that off of the stand I built for it because that's not really survived much over the past 10 years. So those two things they'll move down. So, but I got to figure out then where I'm going to try to forge because I'm not going to be able to do it in my neighborhood. That's not.
I've got to say, Sean, your moves and my moves are so different.
I don't have kids to worry about that.
I've been living in blue states for a long time, and I have kids. So I'm like, oh, I've moved a bunch, and I'm like, holy shit, I got to move. Where are we going to put the kids' diapers? Where are we going to put the kids' library? Yeah. Oh shit, where do all the stuffed animals go? And Sean's like, I got 3 truckloads of guns and a fucking anvil. How am I getting those across state lines? We got different systems. We got different systems.
I have different things to worry about. I have a whole for a clothing box, like a box where they put the little hanger in it and your clothes hang in it. I have one of those full of models that are like ones I have to do still.
Yeah, and Sean, by the way, the Norons have raided my stream. So, hey, what's up, Norons? We got a bunch of Norons.
A bunch of people chat. I saw on Twitter tagged me. They want me, you, and Rob to do a show together.
Yeah, because because Rob's gonna love your fucking vibe. Because I'm always telling Rob, calm down.
Rob, I've been on with Rob a couple of times.
Yeah,
I try to be kind of like.
Yeah,
Rob I try to be a little more restrained about it, but it's
But since the Norons are watching. Yes. Just to pick a random question. So, Sean, of these models that you're trafficking across state lines, how many are painted in a color configuration that would please a certain Austrian painter?
None of them, but there are many of them are vehicles that he would have condoned to be used. Okay. There's quite a few. There's a
system.
Yes, there's quite a few. I got like an ME-109 model I kind of started years ago that I didn't really do much with, although I think I may have glued it wrong. I forget why I still have it. But I got like Panzer IV, got a Panther, got a Martyr, got the Elephant we're still working on. That has to get finished completely. I got a Focke-Wulf 190. Those are like the big things. And then I've got, I finished up the Africa Corps for bolt action, so that's all done. But then I've got I got the Yamamoto to do, the Yorktown to do. I've got an F4 Phantom that's like one fucking, I forget what it is, but it's fucking massive. I've got the Blackhawk to finish. Got a bunch of shit.
Well, look though, can I give you a counterpoint to this? Yeah. Because we've heard a convincing story from you about why you're moving to Florida.
Yeah.
Some details,
Yes.
Some people might be buying these lies. But not Cacophons. Cacophons points out, Ryan C. Mullally, this is all lies. Sean is moving to Florida because it has over 4,000 miles of active railroad track, and he can't get his foamer fix in Ohio. Have you been exposed? Are you moving to Florida for the railroad?
No, I mean, there's other places I could have gone for that. Ohio has a much more vibrant train culture than Florida does.
Take that, Cacophons.
Yes. I have a train as well that needs to get completed. Yep.
Train culture is much better in Ohio.
Yes. No, it is. Fostoria, Ohio is like one of the major rail. Like if you're a big foamer and you want to go see rail stuff, there's like a big, train crossing in Fostoria where there's a bunch of railroads crossing in every direction. There's all kinds of things. Yes. It's vibrant and robust. It's robust train culture.
Look, and Sean is willing to give all that up for his lady love. That's commitment.
Yes, it is 2.0. Yes, love will do all kinds of things. Johan says, "I need to start a podcast. 3 sandwiches deep with Sean, Ryan, and Rob."
That's a solid podcast idea.
Yeah,
and we might need a 4th sandwich though. So some eaters on that stream. I think we're gonna, we got to make sure we cater. I like the idea.
Stephen Cooper says, "Will you build a garden railroad at the new place?" No, I am not that big a fucking autist. Where people have like outdoor railroads they run around on, and yes, and Yes, yes, 1121 Toledo, yes, and Deschler, Ohio, yes, that is a big rail hub as well. Although if you're down to Deschler, you're basically at Fastori. Well, you're down that way already anyway. So, kind of. I could have just gone to East Palestine, Ohio. I heard Pete Buttigieg liked it there. Oof.
I mean,
That
there
was
you
rough.
go.
That's a rough one.
Mm.
Will I have a rock collection in Florida? No. I've seen that meme. That is hilarious.
I mean,
I don't know if you've
Sean,
seen that where the guy's like, some girl tried to show me your pussy. And I was like, I was trying to show her my rock collection.
no, but did you see? I haven't seen that one. Did you see the Cam Peterson when he was on Kill Tony for the first time?
No.
They, Tony was doing like the interview, which is a funny show. But Tony's like, "What's something about you that the audience might like to know?" And he goes, "I'm not a retard, but I like to collect rocks." And he had like 5 rocks in his pocket. Shit was so fucking funny.
Yes. Bob John says, no, you need to do a Dorner DO335. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, there's a bunch of things I'd like to do at some point, but I'll have free time. That thing is, though, I will say, Bob, the bigger thing that's kind of got my attention now is building terrain for tabletop and for bolt action. Like, I've got so many fucking ideas to do all kinds of things. Like, it's gonna be great.
Is there a gaming community down there for you to plug into?
Oh yeah, there's a massive one down there for especially the bolt action community. Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So I'm googling for the rock collection. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. So here you go, Ryan. This is what the rock collection thing is.
Oh God.
So I'm not autistic. I was just excited to show you my rock collection. Here we go.
I just found out this girl going around telling people I'm autistic because she called me. It was like, "Hey, can I come over there after I leave the bar with my friends and like hang out?" I was like, "Yeah." And she got here, and the first thing I did was show her my rock collection, and she fell asleep while I was showing her, and I just let her sleep till the morning. And now she going around telling people I'm autistic. And her exact words was lame ass rock collection. And I just want to get on here and defend myself because she blocked me. First of all, bitch, you're a liar. I'm not autistic. Second of all, ho, this ain't no lame ass rock. If you was really paying attention, you would have known this dates back prehistoric times. Like I took this to like someone, a geologist, someone who studies geology and like the study of rocks and sediment and all that other good stuff. And this has smoky quartz, regular quartz, and amethyst on it. And it dates back prehistoric humans. Humans didn't even exist when this was made. And you just mad because I think my rock is cooler than your vagina. When it all boils down. I would rather show you my rock than whip my dick out and take you to Pound Town. And you really mad at that. And now you going around lying and telling people I have a mental, like, and I ain't saying there's something wrong with people with autism. I'm just saying I don't got it. And that's really lame as fuck of you to do. And I didn't know you were that lame. And I'm going around like being proud of the fact that I was a gentleman. And like, I thought I was being sweet. And like, I folded your clothes for you. And like, put them in the corner and made sure you had water and stuff. And I'm thinking I'm being sweet as shit the whole time. Like, fuck you, dude. Fuck you, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a funny one.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he folded her clothes. He brought her water.
Yeah.
Geodes before folds. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we'll end on this here, but these are funny ones. Why is the sound not? Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Oh God damn it, come on.
What flavor of autism did you guys get? I got the kind where I took apart all my electronics while watching Lord of the Rings.
I got the one where I make stupid noises on my guitar instead of learning music theory.
What flavor of autism?
There's a bunch of them. The guy's like, I have a collection of rocks.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Look, we're two law nerds, so we can't really complain.
No, yeah, actually, this is the good one.
What flavor of autism did you guys get? I got the kind where I took apart all my electronics while watching Lord of the Rings.
I got the kind where I spent my life savings on shiny rocks.
I have the one where I created an entire language, gave it a whole dictionary, grammatical rules,
What flavor of autism did you?
Like that the language one. I was like, damn, I can't beat that.
Yeah, I mean that's no offense, but that's like 100% of chat.
Yes.
Like they don't see it, but that's that's where they are.
Yes, minerals before sinners. Very, very true, Clendy. So, all right, chat.
All right, buddy.
I think it's time, Ryan. Let's go to bed, man.
Let's go to bed.
I'll see you, guy.
Sean,
Have a nice.
It's been good. Always a pleasure.
Yes.
Let me see how I haven't done this before because normally I'm like actually co-streaming with you. Let me see how I actually leave the studio. But
You're gonna have to show me how you do this one day because I didn't know you could do this, and this may save me a lot of trouble in the future.
well, Sean, I've only shown you 1/10 of my power, but I'll it's actually very easy to do. I'll show you the red arrows for retards diagram Zero Fucks gave me.
Thank you. I need one.
Yeah, that's really the critical part. Once you get that, it's all easy from there.
Thank you, New York. Yes, great. Yes,
All
I
right.
appreciate those. Thank you.
All right, Sean. Have a good night.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
See you, Ryan. Yep, bye. All right, chat, that's it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Remember, until next time, just because you did it does not mean you're guilty. We might take a look at the Keno Casino lawsuit thing or something tomorrow. I'm not sure what. We're going to figure something out. We're going to figure something out, chat. Good night, chat, and I will talk to you guys tomorrow. Good night, guys. Where's the thingy? Let me go. Let me go. There.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy Rick Hayden yelled at? Why, yes it was.